Noni. How's it going? And anyone else who might be lurking, welcome! I'm Calico Pascal, and I'm streaming to you live from the Float Harbor Aquarium. Welcome, welcome. I messed up my own intro. It's I'm Calico Pascal, Sea Otter VTuber, streaming to you live from the Float Harbor Aquarium. Here we go, take two. Well, I think, oh my god, I think we're finally gonna get to the end of this game. Yeah, we're on step 4, I believe. Yeah, so we read through all of step 3, so now we're moving on to step 4, which I think by, I guess, let's see, I think step 3 we're in college, right? Or just starting college. So step 4 is, I'm gonna assume, young adult lifehood. We are growing up so fast. So yeah, I'll go over and show the schedule for the month of May. I have some stuff planned already, but a lot of it I'm thinking of trying to finish up the games that we have been slowly working towards the end of. So this would be one of them, Our Life. It's been a long time coming, but I think we're finally going to reach the end here. And then, yeah, well, I'll show the schedule when we get there. But I hope you're ready for a nice, comfy, chill evening. It's gonna be a lot of reading on my part, so if you're just having me in the background, feel free to just sit and enjoy as we see what our next summer has in store for us. So are you ready to move on to the next step? Yes. Hopefully the game audio is okay. So moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren call on the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. She'd officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you all in person for... You flicked through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you'd next have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. Yeah, girl, go get that bag. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. See, where are we going? Ooh, a Chinese restaurant or that tropical place? I like the sound of that. You hadn't really discovered the tropical restaurant until you were a bit older, but everyone's enthusiasm had resulted in so many visits that you'd more than made up for lost time. Liz and Lee were excited to squeeze in another trip before setting off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. Yeah, personally for me, when I go on vacation, I also don't like to always be on the go. I need a little bit of both. I need to have some sort of routine or like a schedule, and then I need to have like 1 or 2 days of just like nothing. I'll do whatever I feel like. That's the best kind of vacation, I think. While idly gazing at your room, you spotted a small cluster of unopened envelopes that must have been left for you by a parent earlier. You headed over to the table to flick through for anything of interest. As a child, any correspondence felt exciting due to its rarity. You recognize now that most of it was mundane, but you were checking any mail you got more regularly of late. There was something you were expecting. Ooh? You stopped at a crisp, white envelope. The logo proudly proclaimed the sender, a school you'd applied to. Uh-oh. Am I gonna figure out if we got into our dream school or not? Ooh. You took a deep breath and read it. Or you opened it instantly, or you hesitated, worried by the possibility of bad news. Let's take a deep breath and just go for it. This next step would take nerve. You closed your eyes as you breathed deep, the air slipping through your lips as you opened your eyes once more. Whew. You pulled apart the glued flap on the front of the envelope and extracted the letter. Your eyes darted over the message, rushing past the pleasantries to get to the heart of the matter. The blood pounding in your ears deafened you to the world outside that was contained within these letters. Your heart skidded to a halt as you read your verdict. You'd been accepted! Yippee! We're going to college! You could hardly believe it. Overwhelmed, dizzy with nerves and excitement, you had to repeat the outcome back to yourself, eyes locked on the message as if afraid the words might contort into something different. Do we tell our family right away? Ooh, or do we keep it a surprise until dinner, so that way we can all celebrate? Yeah, or you wanted to keep this news to yourself for now. you wanted Cove to be the first to know. Oh, that's tough. I mean, we're all going out to dinner together. I think it'd be fun if everybody knew at the same time. You tried your best to finish getting yourself ready for the dinner ahead. It was a strain. Your mind had only half been on the task before. Now, with news fresh in your mind, it was a struggle to concentrate on anything else. You kept having to recall your thoughts away from the future and back to the present. Time was against you. Mom soon called from downstairs that it was time to go. You had to check the time, sure that you had 10, or at least 5, minutes left. You were wrong. You tore down the stairs, attempting to juggle your composure among the hurry and excitement. Your moms, who turned to greet you as you arrived, swapped silent, knowing looks. Oh, they're suspicious of me. They know. They couldn't possibly have figured out what happened, or so you hoped. As your moms, they were pretty good at telling things without being told. You watched them, hunting for any further signs that they were on the case, but none came. For now, it didn't seem like they knew what was happening. Not exactly, at least, but things were definitely happening, and even if they didn't know for sure what you were cooking up, they could smell something in the air. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your moms, sitting in the front, were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished into the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. Yeah, it is a pretty nice car. Our moms got bank. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as it buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Do they know? Do they know? Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mom waving an arm in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him.
Hi!
It's great to see you! Glad you can make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am. How hungry.
I see.
You came to the right place then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but she still made a show of despairing at Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Hungry. Hi, Limes. Welcome. Menus were soon passed around and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So, I've got some good news. Kyra's making a trip out here tomorrow! Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone. That's great. Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
That's a shame.
Oh, if only we'd known. Here we are, having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs, and back to the evening that was going so well. Oh, chin up. Lee and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Yeah, why stop at one dinner when we can have multiple dinners? Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. Right, and speaking of, that's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Aww. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. Well, it's just I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. Wow, imagine. In this economy. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. No, say it ain't so. Cove, you can't leave me. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible. Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
Oh, whoops. Wow. No, is there a go back? No! Okay. Well, he said something. Dad. Cove blinkered. Cove blinked his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy.
Thanks.
I was really lucky too. You're a good dad. Aww. Come here. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into a close of a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. Oh, just like a little nuzzle. As a spotlight thrust on Cove dimmed, he decided this was as good a time as any to make your own announcement. Can I share some news too? Of course.
Yeah.
Lay it on us. Well, I got my acceptance letter today. I'll be going to college soon.
You're fantastic.
Nice, Calico.
Good job.
That's wonderful, sweetie. Ma roped you into a hug, her arms quicker than any lasso. Aw. You were thankful you were sat next to her. If not, you didn't doubt that she would have dived over the table to reach you in her excitement. Hey, let me in on the hug. Your moms pinchered you in a hug, leaning from their chairs to squeeze you in tandem. Liz beamed at you from across the table. Good job, Calico. Lee didn't hide her excitement, clapping her hands in open delight.
Seriously?
That's amazing! You're gonna be amazing! Mr. Holden gave you a thumbs up. Thanks, Mr. Holden. Impressive. You're a good kid. The world's your oyster. Cove grinned at you from across the table.
Seriously?
That's amazing. It's incredible. You did it! Congratulations, Calico. Thanks. No, seriously, this is really, really big, and you deserve it so much. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You'd been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Cove was leaving his family home, Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting hers. You were staying close, but it was clear you were all headed in different directions, to different destinations. Some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. It's bittersweet. You turned your head to the side, wistful, not wanting to spoil the evening with your troubles. You were glad that everyone was succeeding, but the idea of splitting up gave you a twinge of regret. These people had been key pillars in your life. Days ahead without them, no matter how bright and shiny, felt a little empty, like a theme park after closing time. Generally, when it comes to like these kinds of things, I feel like I tend to be more pessimistic, surprisingly, but I try to kind of think positively afterwards, like try to, I guess, reason with myself, like, oh, it's not so bad. I just try not to dwell on it, you know? But that realistic part of me, of course, is like, oh, this sucks, or like, you know, you gotta kind of accept the reality of it, but then find the good side to it. New adventures were still ahead, and you could encourage that optimism. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as he rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. So what did you need to say? He hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to. Cove started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. Well, I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all this. You know, my work, moving. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting! Cove stopped picking at his shirt, and he seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down and his brows furrowed. He saw his hand shift away from his clothes to instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am. Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. I don't want things to end. Come on, you don't need to worry. It may be scary now, but it'll be worth it. I sure hope so. Cove then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. You felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. I was just thinking... Are we really gonna stay a couple? His words came out hesitantly. He didn't want to ask this. He didn't want a no. I'm not just talking about today, but forever. Always. Even if things change later, right now, do you feel we can make it? Or do you think we can't last? That one day, we'll have to move on? Let's keep calm. Keep a level-headedness about this. You understood his concern. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. However, you didn't let yourself get upset. I'm not really, like, vibing with either of these answers. Let's go with this one. I'll make sure we always are. You're going to keep things up. There was no way you were going to let this fall down the wayside. Cove laughed with a delicate smile on his face. Okay, you win. I wanted to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you're kind of giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Strong armor. That's right. He chuckled again before he continued his train of thought. Thanks for listening to me, Calico. It helped. He felt pleased that his anxiety had eased after talking it out. Wanna go back to the table? I bet everyone's wondering what we've been up to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot what we were doing here. That'd probably be good. With matching smiles, you both reclaimed your seats at the table. Both of you felt lighter, and it showed. You seem happy. What was that? Yeah, it looked like you were having quite the conversation over there. It's neighbor stuff. Sorry. I used to be your neighbor. He waved off their questions, and he didn't offer any explanations. They still seemed curious, but caught that Cove wanted it to stay between the two of you and let it drop. Things relaxed and you took a sip of your drink. Lee idly tapped the table and got your attention. I'm so excited to try this place. I'm not sure if I've ever really eaten here. It's more Calico's place than mine. Let's hope it's good. All the restaurants in the area are pretty top-notch in my humble opinion. We'll see. It was a challenge issued. Liz carried herself like some sort of professional food critic, and Mom snorted. Tough crowd. Jeez, Liz. Ma giggled and chimed in as well, much to Liz's embarrassment. That's right, Lizzie. Jeez. Oh, geez Louise. Yeah. You shook your head at all the silliness. Why was your family like this? Jeez. Stop picking on her. Everyone burst out laughing, besides Liz, of course. She smirked. No one could ever accuse your family of being no fun. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot, saying your goodbyes, and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that had happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then, the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. You decided to send him a text at chat. Who doesn't love a good night or a random late night chat from your bestie, your oomphy? Taking your phone from your bedside table, you lay on your back and held it above your face, typing out a message to Cove. Are you awake? He didn't reply, and you let out a defeated sigh as you locked your phone screen and let your arms fall back down. You must have fallen asleep. Suddenly, your phone buzzed in your hand, and you scrambled to check the message that had just come through. It was Cove! Yeah, what's going on? Just a simple smiley face. I'm texting you, that's what. Okay, smartass. Let's do smiley face. What are you doing? You watched the little dots on your screen as he typed before his next message popped up on your screen. I'm just heading to bed. Good night? Question mark. Can you keep texting me? Or good night. Do you want to come over? Just let him sleep. Good night. We'll see you soon. You tapped out your reply. You tapped out your reply before setting your phone down on the bedside table again and plugging in the charger. Cocooning your blankets around yourself, you snuggled into your bed and soon found yourself drifting off into a deep, restful sleep. The next morning, you woke slowly from a comfortable dream, finding yourself safe and warm and tucked up in bed. Sounds nice. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes to the sun shining in through the window. Dude, waking up, like, naturally, without an alarm, is the best. After waking up a little more and getting ready, you headed downstairs to find your family all gathered around the kitchen area. Morning! You greeted them all, receiving a chorus of good mornings back in return. You nodded in acknowledgement as you headed into the kitchen to find some breakfast. A knock at the front door caught your attention, and curiosity pulled you to follow several steps behind Mom as she went to answer it. Cove was waiting there with both of his parents. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi there! Surprised at that sight, Mom paused a moment, and then she pulled Kyra into a big hug. Meanwhile, you approached the doorway and flashed a small smile at Cove. Kyra, it's been too long. I know, time's been flying. Kyra's gaze slid over to you. She waved.
Hey, yeah.
Hi there, Calico. Hey, welcome back. Ooh, wave, smile, let's give her a hug. Immediately, you stepped forward with your arms outstretched. Kyra grinned and hugged you tightly. A small squeak escaped your lips, and then a chuckle. When you stepped back, there was no missing the merriment sparkling in her eyes. Feels good to be missed, but I'm glad to be back and seeing everyone. Enough of standing around out there. Come on in! Mom moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market.
Of course.
Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kyra, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe, instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kyra clapped her hands together.
Yeah.
Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Wow, little beach breakfast picnic. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. An hour later, both your family and Coves were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. Wow, it's so pretty! The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Calico?
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda to see if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? That'd be cool. I'll ask them. You're already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away in the direction your moms went. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Ma looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kyra, knowing that they had likely heard everything.
You alright with that?
Cliff, Kyra, what do you think? The more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course. They're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started ringing. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call request. It was Derek. Oh my goodness. Hey, it's been a while. Seriously, but what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm of a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? Wow, he really grew up. I just remember when he was a babby. Let's see. It's been amazing. That's awesome. You'll have to catch me up on that. But what about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? Let's see. I bet you're even more toned than the last time I saw you. Yeah, he's looking pretty fit. Laughing, you knew that you didn't need to see him to know the answer to that. Derek wouldn't be Derek if his free time didn't revolve around sports. Totally. I'm gonna be so buff you won't even recognize me. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. My moms are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, he smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually... I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay. Bye. Bye, Calico. Have a heck of a day. A heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So what did they say? They're gonna come. Cool. Thanks for calling them.
No problem.
I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. Wow, we're having just a whole party. Little gathering by the beach. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. Ah, yes. Soak up that sun. The conversation shifted to what you all would do next.
In that case,
You could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
is that all right?
Could I play? Of course! Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Of course, Mr. Holden would be the ref. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Ooh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. We could even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them. Beach jewelry.
Really?
What? Really? I want to make a necklace.
That'd be great.
I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. Wow. Ooh. Oh, that's tough. I mean, between these two things, I'd honestly rather make the jewelry. Already, you were imagining various designs you could make depending on what Lee let you use. Your cousin shot you a thumbs up, clearly happy with your decision. I guess I'll try making a necklace too. Kara got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her legs and then stretched her arms over her head.
Can do.
I'm up for a few rounds. Well, since there is still a free spot, I'll throw my hat in the ring. The things I do for family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I'd love that. Liz got up from where she was sitting, and you could tell by her expression that she was already determined to win. You laughed to yourself, curious now how that game would turn out. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Okay.
Okay, let me pop back to the house to get my supplies. Is there something we should do? Yes, you can start clearing out the towels for us to work at. And if you want, look around for good stuff to use.
I'm on it.
Roger that. While Lee ran back to the house, the group did just as she suggested. By the time she returned, everyone had their craft area ready to work at. Lee sat down on one of the towels and looked up at everyone eagerly. She held up two necklace options. I hope you've all been thinking about what you want to make. I have for everyone a choice of either a chain or a threaded rope. How do I pick? All I know is that I want to put some sea glass chunks on it. There's no rush. I'll leave the strands here and you can decorate it however you want later. I think I'll keep it classic and only worry about finding a decent shell. Yeah, I'm planning on doing shells too. Driftwood. Interesting. Stones? Let's look for some seashells. That sounds like a good plan. Just a bit, Lee's eyes narrowed. You could see a playful, teasing look surfacing. If you find anything really good, I hope you'll be willing to share. Your mouth pulled into a wide smile as you watched her carefully. It was hard not to laugh. You'd see about that one. Cove crossed his arms and chewed at the inside of his cheek. You weren't the only one that noticed. What's wrong, Cove? I'm not sure what to use. I mean, ideally I'd want a shark tooth, but what are the chances I would even find one? Mom smiled. You both looked at him sympathetically.
Sorry.
The rare downside of not having a shark-filled coast. That would make for a really nice necklace, though. Now, can you imagine?
I know.
At Cove's pouting, Mom gave him a little bump on the shoulder with her fist. Well, don't lose all hope. You never know. You might end up really lucky. Cove laughed. It cheered him up even though he wasn't really convinced. After that, the little crafting club busily went to work on their pieces. Whatever they decided on using was attached in loops that were then slid onto their necklace base. Terry was immensely proud of herself when she was done. Hers was simple, but gorgeous because of the striking piece of sea glass she painstakingly searched for and found. Cove ended up using driftwood of varying lengths to design his necklace. Despite not finding any shark teeth, he still looked pretty pleased. Mom decided on a medium-sized, purple ring-top shell as a centerpiece of hers, and Lee went with a few small Simnia shells. I'm gonna have to look that up. What are Simnia shells? They both put their necklaces on soon after finishing them. After combing the beach several times, you found just what you were looking for. It took a bit, but you managed to make a necklace you were satisfied with. It mostly had shells. Your group of crafters would also cheer for the volleyball players whenever shouts could be heard coming out of the court. On top of that, y'all would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. You really enjoyed searching the beach, trading supplies, and watching everyone make their necklaces. That sounds like a good time. The crafting club was definitely a success, and you weren't the only one that had a blast. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally, someone would head back to the houses to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old Go Fish. You know, for the longest time, when I was a kid, I used to think Go Fish was called Gold Fish. And so, like, when you say go fish while you're playing the game, it made sense to me, like, oh, like, you're saying go fish. But I thought, like, I don't know why, I still just kept thinking about the image of a goldfish while playing Go Fish. There was only one thing that could bring the speech day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. Yeah, go goldfish! As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in the warm sand. You were sorting through things you collected on the beach throughout the day. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and you smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
How are you doing? I'm doing really good. How about you? You're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Calico.
True.
You grew up to be more than we ever could have hoped. Aw. Yeah, it's only thanks to you two. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Mom continued lightly scratching your back.
Thank you.
That means a lot, but I still think you're selling yourself short. You've always been a lovely person, and I'm so thrilled to know you. Your voice faltered, and you honestly couldn't imagine your life any other way. Ma lightly brushed some of your hair back and left a small kiss there. Aww, wee. The Mother's Day is this month, you guys. Thank you, Moms. Happy Mother's Day. I'm so happy I got to have both of you as my moms. After that, all three of you were sitting there getting all sentimental. I don't know how we got so lucky with you and Liz. Ma reached out in front of you for Mom's hand. She gave it to her, and Ma squeezed it.
Of course.
Calico has a point. We must have done something right. You stayed there quietly and contently, watching the sunset with your parents for a while. Until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and think we're gonna take a walk down the shore. And if any of you want to come? Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you to Ma and smiled. That sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go! Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust! Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again.
No worries.
Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Both of your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk and she didn't resist. Together, as a family, you followed behind the others hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just, thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You obliged.
See you later.
Take care of yourselves, buddies. See ya. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. Have a safe trip back. We will. Bye. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend. Calico?
Come on.
Hey, Cove. Could you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. I do that too, especially with the groceries. I just put them all on my arms and just carry them all from the car. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Well, hello everyone. Who's this? You glanced to the side and spotted a very recognizable face walking down the road. Oh my goodness. Oh, hi Baxter.
How are you?
Oh my god, his voice. I forgot what he sounded like. Do you need help with that? It's alright. This is our mess to clean up.
Well,
If you're sure then, I was simply heading home after getting some fresh air. The season is almost over, after all. Yeah. Baxter was only a tourist. He wouldn't be in town much longer. You knew that, and so did he. If you have a minute, I'd just like to say it was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. His head tilted towards you and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. No, he just waved goodbye to him and said, pat his shoulder, side hug. Not even a full hug, just a side hug. You raised your hand for a high five. Give me a high five. It's tough because of how much stuff you were carrying, but you were able to free one of your hands enough to raise it. Baxter chuckled while you gave him a pleading, don't leave me hanging look. He gently slapped your hand, and your mouth pulled into a large grin. Good luck on your next semester at school, buddy. Why, thank you, and good luck with your plans this fall. Thanks. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride, while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps toward his condo. He then stopped and waved.
goodbye.
Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things, his time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Cairo or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things, ha 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 ha. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right, some of it belonged to the neighbors. Whoopsies. Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do, it's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you.
Good night.
Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Calico. Night. You caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kyra and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey. It's nice seeing you again already, Calico. Her teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in, your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it, here, on that coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor, just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to restituate it all. You went over closer to where Cove and his parents were. Kyra smiled gently at you. Thank you for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. I had a ton of fun.
Thank you.
Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kyra moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor. And not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. What's with all this sentimental stuff, huh? I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Calico. So much. And at that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. So actually, this is kind of a funny story, because from the Float Harbor Aquarium, I also have a neighbor who lives across the street, and he's not like old, but he is definitely older than me. He's like my parents' age, if not older. And, you know, being the age that I am, every time he sees me like out in front of the house, he always says hi, and he always asks me like how I'm doing and stuff. But without fail, he always doesn't hesitate to like pat my head or ruffle my hair. Makes me feel very, very young. Much younger than I actually am. Let's give him a hug. Taking him by surprise, you lashed your arms around Mr. Holden. He let out a small squeak and went rigid. After a moment, he relaxed and began to lightly pat your back before shifting into a full hug. You held on firmly. Thank you for being a good neighbor. As you let go, he sniffled, but when he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be, the 8-year-old he had asked to be his son's new friend.
See you.
Bye, Calico. You smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right, I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open, taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home. You went into the road. He leaned his body against the doorframe, not following you out. So, this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, but like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Bye! I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile, and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand. Whoa, hey. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was silently asking. He met you halfway as you smiled into the kiss. It was soft with longing, and your chest ached knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, he spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. Good night. Night. You shouted across the way to one another. You moved one of his arms in a big wave so you couldn't miss it. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
All right.
I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you into a side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest of dreams of you-know-who. Lee ended that sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. You laughed. Her comment was pretty much exactly what you were expecting out of her, and for several moments you couldn't stop laughing. Lee giggled, happy that you were also enjoying her teasing. She playfully nudged you with her elbow. The grin on her face widened. Don't worry, your private thoughts are safe with me. Here's to us, Calico. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. Yeah, family forever. Lee leaned in close to whisper in your ear. You didn't fail to catch the teasing look on her face.
Aww.
Exactly. There's no escape. That got a laugh out of you. You lightly pushed her shoulder. Lee stretched her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that, and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Liz smirking. Nighty-night. I'm heading it to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, little kiddo. Good night, Liz. Night. You gave her a small wave, but you didn't see it as she was leaving. That didn't matter to you, because what she had said to you was what mattered most, and you planned on taking it to heart. When Liz was out of sight, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? I want to relax. Desperately, you needed some time to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you went off to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Okay. Ma came over too, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright, you do what you need to do. I love you. When you were done hugging Ma, Mom pulled you into another hug. Their actions, basically handing you off to the other, had you laughing jovially.
I love you.
I love you so much. Aw. I love you too. Oh. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your moms headed off towards their bedroom down the hall. You were about to turn the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. And don't let the bedbugs bite! You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest, and all of your tired muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up, planning on going to bed, when something out the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right in front of the large windows spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Something inside you told you that this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. Yeah. Heart. Heart emoji. You went over to the front door, and, stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the Poppy Hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. He even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, and maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow, Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan this horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the Poppy Hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on countless times since he'd first arrived, when you'd found him on this very same spot. Calico. He had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. Oh my goodness, it's Lord Bloxian. Hey, how's it going? I know, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I hope you've been well. Glad you could make it today. We're just having a nice chill stream, finishing up our life. I think we are at the very end of it. Well, we haven't started step 4 yet, which would be the last of the game, I believe. Yeah, it's been a long time. I missed you. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out, on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond, before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing the sad look on your face. Cove replicated that frown for you right now, looking grave at your reply.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess that would have been kind of hard to miss. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about the first meeting. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. You ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke again.
I mean...
Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying, or mean, or... Let's see. I was just worried about you because you were so sad. It's been a very long time, so I really don't remember. No, I don't really remember anymore. Cove nodded, accepting your response. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first came off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half-smile, not meeting your eyes. No matter what you were thinking, I doubt it was worse than what I had going in my mind. He raised an eyebrow at his vague words, wondering what it was that he meant. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled, self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again, and then suddenly, another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. Just let him talk, let him vent. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean...
Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense than everything in my life had a specific connection to me, somehow. Right? He sought affirmation in you, wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. Like, you weren't just anyone. Some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. Though, it turns out you were there for that. You were trying to find me because something had sent you specifically to do that. I just didn't expect it to be my dad. I guess he knew more about what I needed than I thought. He chuckled, shaking his head as he shook off the thought. I kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again.
That's...
I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never, ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. It's hard to believe it's been so long. Yeah. But it makes sense. If time flies when you're having fun, being with you must be like launching it in a rocket. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life, at the time. The day my family broke apart, it was too heavy for me to even think about it. I felt that way for I don't know how long. Yeah, he got that Miku hair. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me, and with Dad and Mom. It was the change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So, when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the person I was going to be with. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that they would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. Aww. I say thank you. No, thank you. You don't know who this is, but you want to protect him? This is Cove Holden. He is our neighbor across the street, and we have gone through almost our whole life up to this point, getting to know him. He is like our childhood friend, and I think when we first started playing this game, because you start off like as a child, I don't think we started off on a good foot. We were kind of like butting heads, but slowly over time we just kind of grown to become good friends. And at this point in time in the game, we are currently dating. We are in a relationship, but I think things seem kind of scary for both the main character and also Cove, because a lot of changes are happening. The main character got accepted into college, and then Cove is now going to be working full-time and is starting to save up so he can eventually move out from his dad's place, which would mean that he would no longer live across the street from us. No. Let's see. Just, we tear up a little bit. We're being all sentimental and ooey gooey. Cove stroked your cheek, wiping away your tears with a pat of his thumb. Calico, it's okay. This is your place to cry too. Thanks. I'm just happy.
Me too.
So am I. Cove sighed contently. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey, Calico? I'm so grateful you always took care of me. You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. Let's see. Again, with the smartass answers, you could just use your phone to check the time. You just quietly nod. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. Are you going to lay in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? Lucky guess, Cove. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. Let's also lay in the grass with him. You took your own spot next to him in the grass, brushing the blades of grass aside a bit with your hand. You have a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, 2 months? 2 months worth of streams? Though I guess it's not too bad since I only stream like once a week. Did I complete Call of Boba? Not fully, no, but the game did come out. It is currently in early access, so you can technically pay to have access to the game, but since it is in early access, it's not like they're still making fixes and adjustments to it over time. So it's not like a full release yet, but if you want to help support the developers while they are working on the game, you can go do that. So I did play the early access. I got a code from the developers, which thank you again for sending that over. I didn't expect it at all. It was a surprise. And basically with the early access, I had to start over. There was no continuing from where we last left off in the demo. So yeah, eventually I'd like to go back to Call of Boba as well. Though since I played it not too long ago, I'm gonna give it some time and maybe, hopefully, when there's more updates, I'll go back to it and play it some more. Or maybe by that point, the full game will be out. Who knows? But for now, and I said this a bit earlier, but I was kind of waiting for more people to show up. I do have this month's streams planned out, of the schedule for the month. And a lot of it, or a good majority of it, are games that we've been kind of working towards but have still yet to finish, so we're either going to finish them or like get closer to finishing them. I just would like to make more progress on them. This game, Our Life, I believe, like I said, I think we are at the very end of it, so hopefully we can get through it tonight. If not, we'll have like maybe, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I guess we'll just see where we end up. But we will definitely finish it. We're getting to the end. We're going to get to the end. But let's see, since I'm already talking about it, why don't I just pull up the schedule anyways? It's also on my free chat. If you go to my YouTube channel, I already have it uploaded there. But I'm going to pull it up right here so you can see it in full. Okay. So this is the schedule for May, currently. We are here on the 1st of May. Happy May, by the way. May 1st, Thursday, with Our Life Beginnings and Always. By the way, this lovely, beautiful drawing was by Big Ham. The Big Ham. I'm so very thankful and I love this drawing. It's so cute. Yeah, we got Yoshi's Story on the docket as well. Spiritfarer, I don't think we're very close to finishing Spiritfarer, but I do enjoy every time I've played Spiritfarer, it's always been a very fun and relaxing time, so I put it there just to make some more progress on it. I don't know how much closer we'll get to finishing the game. Again, we're not very far in, if I remember correctly. I don't even think we're like halfway through the game, so we still have a lot of Spiritfarer content to get through eventually. And then we have Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I'd like to also finish the game because I think last time I played Sonic Adventure, we had just finished the Dark Story mode, right? So now we're at the very end where we play as both the Team Sonic and Team Dark. Oh yeah, that's right, because I think I was playing the... Oh no, I did... That's right, I did the Hero Story, and then I did the Dark Story, and then I did a stream where I was just playing the Chow Garden, I think. So, it's been a bit, but I'd like to finish Sonic Adventure 2 as well. And then yeah, Yoshi's Story. was requested from Keiko, who is not here right now, but Keiko had mentioned to me that Yoshi's Story is currently available in the... If you have a Nintendo subscription, I think you can access the... like some of the older games that they put up. And so Yoshi's Story is one of those games. And I have never played Yoshi's Story, and Keiko thinks it would be a game that I would enjoy and also a game that I could finish in one stream. So I thought, why not? Let's just do it. Oh, hey, Keiko. You've just been lurking? Well, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. And then last Thursday of the month, we're going to do some web fishing, except it'll be with this mod that I found on Twitter called Fish With Me. And in all the excitement of the new Tomodachi Life game that's going to come out eventually at some point. I love Tomodachi Life, and I think the Miis are just really funny and cute, and all those games are just like a blast and a joy to play. But someone had made a mod that allows you to make Miis in web fishing. So rather than being like a little dog or a cat, you can make custom Miis, which sounds really cool. So I'd like to play that. And then of course, we'll kind of see. I mean, I put it at the end of the month just so that people could have time to kind of download or look into the mod themselves if they want to play with the mod as well. But, you know, to be able to see other people's Miis and, you know, if you join like a open or like private lobby, you have to have the mod installed for that to work. So yeah, just putting it out there in case you guys want to make your own Miis for web fishing at the end of the month. We can all do that together. Sounds fun. Well, so I'll bring up the schedule again when we're closer to ending stream. Let's see. So you were close enough that Cove could reach over and hook an arm around your side from his place on the ground. You smiled at him. Wow, we just were sitting out here all night. The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone. It really was late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn, however, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Cove then propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. You want to go back home? I could carry you, if you're too tired. I'd rather just stay a little longer. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. No, the day's just only begun. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really a lot. Has to end sometime. Since when were you okay with things ending? That made him laugh again. It was a fair question. Since you made me feel better about it. And we can still stay, if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. Let's get comfy. Oh, okay. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Cove. He gave you a bent smile and went for the opposite sentiment.
Good night.
Good night, Calico. The two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
We're like falling asleep sitting up. I'll see you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you are surrounded by open sky. Did he just leave us out here to fall asleep? There's a Roblox game called Be a Silly Seal, but I would rather be a silly otter, though. I think I know what you're talking about. I saw some, like, clips and screen caps of that. It looks really fun, really silly. Oh, to be a silly seal. But you're right, a silly otter would also be very fun. It was not soft pillows and sheets underneath you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with a shining sun, a refreshing breeze, and the chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines on your cheeks. Calico. Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, Cove Holden. Oh, he's just been chillin' while we fell asleep. He made himself very comfortable, laying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'd see you tomorrow. It's technically the exact same day. Pretty safe bet. We see each other nearly every day. So? Smiling, you shook your head and left Cove to his victory. Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's gonna be a nice day. We'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for. What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
I can't see what the future is gonna look like again, but I think that's alright. Laying on the grass sounds nice, but imagine the bugs or the itching. Yeah, that's honestly, like, this illustration is, like, so beautiful, and then I'm like, we just slept in the grass for hours. I can't imagine, like, all the bugs that'd be, like, crawling all over me or, like, flying around your face, realistically. But, you know, in this perfect world, you know, bugs just decide to leave people alone and mind their own business. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out what this memory will mean for us in the future. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hill sprawling out before you, and down below, where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home, and Cove's, lay down at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighborhood. Hey, Calico, I bet I can beat you in getting back to the road. You laughed, amused by the wager that reminded you of so many moments in your youth. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. We can always come back to see the poppies and the fireflies. Again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. Always be together in one way or another. He didn't know where that came from, but Cove blinked slowly, his eyes still locked on you. Though, you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way he spoke would have filled it up. You're one of a kind, huh? Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when you first found him here, swaddled in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse that boy one more underneath his bright expression and matured features.
Come on.
Wow, it's so pretty. He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. Reminds you of a meme where someone said, "Did a tick write this?" When someone said sleeping in a bed of grass would be great. Yeah, exactly. Our parents probably aren't gonna come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call. And I say that we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time and this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with the nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There were more memories to make, after all. Life takes another step forward. Oh! Wait, that's the end? I thought there was a step 4. What in the world? I was lied to! The kitty! I thought there was a step 4! We reached the end? Wow! Oh my god, we did it!
Wake up to the colors in the sky. The day is new, the sun is bright. Like a gentle breeze, I feel at peace, I feel at ease.
Well, okay then. Well, we did it! We finished our life.
I wanna sing along and like the ocean flows, I'll see where I can go.
Is it maybe that step 4 is like part of the DLC? I'd have to take a look. Yeah, roll the credits! Time to jam. Oh hey, Fat Bard! So, Fat Bard, the composers for the theme song of this game, they also composed my BGM. The one that I use every once in a while for my just chatting, or like when I'm drawing. That was composed by them. Wow, there are so many people who back this game. That's awesome. Time to do the other routes. I guess we technically could. No, I'm kind of curious. Does that does that entail like, because the main route just seems to kind of like, you know, push you towards Cove a lot. Do we just have to keep like friend zoning him until we meet other people? It's a very cute song. Yeah, you know, I was actually surprised because I remember seeing Our Life initially come out like a long time ago, and then they kept adding like more and more updates and like additional things like DLC and stuff. So this game was worked on for a very long time, and I know they are currently working on another game, part of the same series. Is this the ending that we got in between? Yeah, you got a shower. Wait, is this like, are we an adult now? Or what? Why are we back here? Change page. Yeah. Yeah, this is all the same. Or do I just say done? Oh wait, is this actually- oh, are we finally- is there- wait, so did we roll credits and now there's a- is this the step 4? Is that what's happening, or is this- are we starting over again? I'm going to assume we've been- if we're progressing forward, I'm going to assume that our relationship has developed some more, right? Yes. Okay. So we're not. We didn't beat the game completely yet. There is a step 4. Wow. Okay. Begin step 4 at relaxed love. Yes. You guys are ready? Step 4. Is this a BL game? It can be a BL game if you wish it to be, as you can choose the gender of the MC Well, oh, Cove customization. I think I have always left it up to the game. I think. I don't think I've changed it. Have I? Maybe one time? Oh my god, look at his hair. He grew out his hair so much. Oh my god, he looks like his dad! Wow. He's not wearing any glasses anymore. You could have short hair, you could have... It's like really grown out hair. This is kind of more like the hair that I've... the hair that he had as a kid? And then this is just like... Now he is his father. No glasses, no earrings, tattoos, body type, he's buff now. Slim, oh, whoa, there's like, wait, okay, just kidding. There's only slim or buff. We can change his shirt. Yeah, I'm a fan of the button up. Yeah, pants, probably the black pants. Left wrist? You can have some bracelets. Watch. Or another bracelet, Give him some bracelets. Necklace? Necklace 1, which he's always had, or necklace 2, which is new. I like the colorful one. I think I'll leave the hair the way that it was. Sunglasses. Or sunglasses. And change page. Oh, okay, well. Alright, which initiative level would you like Cove to have for step 4? Yes, I think they asked us this the last step as well. Well, I'm curious. Then I wonder if maybe the game initially was only steps 1 to 3, and then they eventually added a step 4. That would explain why the credits would happen already. Let's go for middle. Initiative. Alright. Wow, we are not quite done yet. I lied. There is a step 4. The kitty, you did not lie to me. You were correct. I'm sorry for doubting you. Also, welcome, Jazz. I didn't say hello to you. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation... Wait, graduation like college? Did we graduate college already? Oh my god, we graduated from college. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. You lived alone, lived with a pet, lived with pets, plural, lived with Cove and his fish, lived with Cove, his fish, and the pet you picked, lived with Cove, his fish, and the pets you picked, pets plural, and like a happy full family. And you worked at a fine company, had a business of your own, co-owned a business with Cove, wow. Business starters, had multiple ways of earning income. We're still focused on pursuing education. I like the idea of co-owning a business together. That sounds nice. In the... Ooh! Look, we can decide what career field. What can you imagine? we co-own a business in the STEM field. We are super geniuses. The music industry, art, fashion, writing, TV and a movie, sporting, gaming, hospitality, health, education. We have a lot of choices here. Well, we're definitely gonna go art. Oh, okay, we only had one choice. It's the art industry. We co-own a business in the art industry. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your moms and Cove's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends. Though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Well, now I kind of wish I had changed my... some of my, because I could have changed the main character's, like, look a little bit, but whatever. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Aww. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. We Thanos snapped him out of existence. He no longer is a part of our reality. He's gone. That was a loss, you felt. He had become someone you'd considered a friend during those days. Did he? Was he? Incinerated. Goodbye. And then there's what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated over the years. But hopefully you would commit to each other even more someday. We're not quite there yet. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating loving and supportive relationships with his family and friends. You couldn't say his personality had changed exactly, instead it became more refined. Cove was a warm, inviting, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, you could see where he was coming from based on his past interests. He went to college to study marine biology. Yes, of course. His ultimate goal was finding environmental consultation jobs on the side while also working at your shared business, and he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went with it down the path you chose. It was strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. Wow, look at our car! This is a nice car! Our business must be booming. The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. You see, this is why we have a business in the art industry and not STEM or like English or education, because I can hardly speak English. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like anything else this trip. You went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. It looks like your SUV. This is definitely like a high class though. This is a nice car. This looks so realistic you can't tell if this is drawn or a screenshot. It is very well rendered. Good job to the background artists. All the backgrounds have been really well drawn. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like anything else this trip. You went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious backseat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you had decided to use a ride app rather than ask your mom to pick you up. Oh, this isn't even our car. Just kidding. This is the Uber. It had turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned into a big production. However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your moms had decided to have a modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Oh no, we're gonna see their sprites and they're gonna be like really old and it's gonna make me sad. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they had found being the center of attention easier to handle. You were happy to see it. With this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Some things stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day and knew sort of what she was doing anyways from osmosis. Today, you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how at times it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering sign for Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you. You were really here! You were doing this. Your driver turned off on a street and you realized that their map program was taking you the way home that Ma preferred. You usually would have used the other side street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole of town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves. The air smelled like salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you'd notify everyone else that you'd made the trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked at your bag from down near your feet. Tap tap. You startled at the sudden sound of tapping on glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure because you soon heard something else, the window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in this car. The driver must have pressed the button. Someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. Who's there? Wow, it's Cove! There he was, leaning his arms across the window. Your beloved Cove Holden. Wow, beloved, our beloved Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Hey, Calico. What a surprise this is! I didn't expect to see you in this neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, he decided to push it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you out here all morning or anything. Sorry to keep you waiting. He chuckled at your apology and inclined his head. Don't worry about it. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp, "Hey! Darn kids, get out of there." Oh my god, his hair is so long. Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheeks as he leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. You gotta get your body out of the window. Flick his nose. You stretched your hand out and gave him a solid, friendly flick to the bridge of his nose.
Hey!
He gasped indignantly, but even then he couldn't cover a smile with his faked affront. Okay, yeah, get out of the window, you crazy person. But it's so comfortable. His body was shaking from the effort it took to maintain his precarious position. Cove's smile turned awkward as his arms started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver.
Sorry.
I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, he opened your car door. He threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reunited once again on this street. We just give him a fist bump or a high five. Oh no. Okay, you gotta... If this is real, you're gonna catch me in your arms with all my things. Oh no, he's hot. It was a little difficult to launch yourself at Cove with all your luggage in tow, but you pushed through. Cove let out a little oof as he caught you and a bag swung around to clobber him in the back. Both of you had to maneuver around the assorted cases weighing you down. Cove snorted as your baggage once again hit his side. When you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his heels and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know just how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. He didn't have a problem holding you up. His especially large height allowed him to lift you well off the ground. With one last swing, he let you back down. You really were ecstatic to be around him again, and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time since you had seen him off, you had still missed Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel availabilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He only arrived the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Until now, you'd never had to deal with that inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the heat of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point. You were glad to feel whole again. He's our other half. Oh! You idly shifted your luggage. Then it struck you that you were short one. You got out in such a hurry it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull it out. Cove stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relieved that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. Oh, my toothbrush! You got everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the backseat one last glance and then nodded. Cove shut Cove shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room. Cove waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down the street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you, as a young adult, did when leaving home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here. And now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cove's presence. Dude, I can just imagine if the initial game was only steps 1 to 3, and then you're like, man, I really wish there was more our life content, and then the DLC came out and you're like, I still don't have enough content of our life, I want more. And then step 4 comes out. I bet the amount of time that it took between step 1 to 3 being released and then step 4 coming out, it must have been so exciting. I can just imagine it. I imagine everybody being so excited to come back to their game files to see Cove again and being like, oh yeah, I remember when I picked this route, and then now we're together, or we're just friends or besties, whatever it is. It must have been very fun, exciting time. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories included him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. You couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from days long gone. He had changed so much since you had first met him. Yet, even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was, and the way you knew the sea. Every day they may appear different, but they're still an inextricable part of life. It was the world. With help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill that brought you together to begin with, but the two of you had chosen each other. You had never let your interactions fade. You had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you would continue to keep Cove close into all the rest of your adult years. Cove was the partner you wanted for life. You couldn't be more grateful to call him your boyfriend. Wow! Are you guys playing Simon Says in the chat emotes? It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him after a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned him a soft expression. You'd let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my moms? Oh no, I'm not ready to see them all old. Cove nodded and then pointed at all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help with any of that? No, it's like, yes, exactly. It's like carrying all my groceries in one go. I got it. I can do it.
Fine.
Well, fine. Who am I to get in the way of your task? He smirked at your seriousness at something that was admittedly ridiculous. The bag situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the Pascal residence door. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. Yeah, this is my house. I mean, it's my childhood house, but I feel like wouldn't your parents still give you at least like a spare key or something in case of emergency? As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It had remained the same, but your circumstance had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about you being stuck out here, keyless. I'm keyless. You heard muffled voices and shuffling around from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Oh, she's older. Well, well, well. Mom twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lonnie, guess who's here? Where's Mom? There were no distant noises. No doubt Ma getting up from wherever she was to come see. Her high-spirited words ring out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Cove flushed as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Ma finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. Oh, she's so cute! I love the short hair on her. It is! Hello, Calico. She gave you a once-over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arms before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. What the One Piece? You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have double the surprise today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's me, I'm the One Piece. See, it's not about the One Piece, it's about the friends you make along the way. But also, I am the One Piece. The friendship is the One Piece. You snorted at your mom's greetings. They never changed. Cove bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Your mom moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your moms must have added since the last time you were here. Things were mostly the same, but there were more decorations since you had seen the house last. Mom may have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing their choices for the living space here, rather than a full-time occupant. Ma came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here.
That's fine.
You know, your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciated that your parents respected you as an adult, even if Mom still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always be her kiddo no matter how grown you became. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. We hugged our moms. You took another step forward and pulled Mom and Ma into a great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return, and you could feel their love for you in their embrace. It's so great to see you. Of course. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your mom's giggled, pleased. I hope you've both been doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner?
No problem.
We're happy to help if there's something we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed her arm around Ma's shoulder and gave her a side hug. Yeah, that's our moms. Our moms are... they're hot. Our moms are hot.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Cypress. Nothing fancy, which is kind of a funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone can make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Calico. Yeah, what the? I took an Uber back home and Liz gets the royal treatment of Mom's picking her up. What the heck? Mom snickered at her own joke and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin.
Shush.
As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's not space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in these old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't, Pamela. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room I'm gonna be staying in anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy. Seemed very nice. It's, wow. It is a double room or is a room with a single bed? One bed. We gotta share the bed. And we were roommates. He claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that. Though, mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. Your mom smiled, relieved. Kyra's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh.
Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. He raised an eyebrow, since he had figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I should go do that now. I just wanted Calico to be there too. He caught your eyes with an adoring smile. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous.
Oh, nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
Calico, do you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove perked back up, excited once more. I'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. You set down your bags in the living room, tucked into a corner where they wouldn't be in the way. Cove helped. Your moms waved the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you soon. Oh, I'm interested to see what Mr. Holden's gonna look like. And even Cove's mom, too. I feel like she, in between, like, the chapters of, like, was it 2 and 3? She looked mostly the same. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a special little pep in Cove's steps as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now. When it came to what you called his dad... You're still stuck with a familiar classic, Mr. Holden. Oh, have we moved on to first name basis? Wow. We can call him Cliff. Although it was awkward on your tongue at first, it rolled off comfortably now. You appreciated how much he saw you as an adult and friend, and not just a kid from across the street. You guys, you sneaking around, following each other's channels? There are a lot of cool people here, so I do not blame you. Excuse me, I just needed some water. Some water? I've been drinking a lot of water lately. Kind of have to. Well, I'm more inclined to drink more water now because I started taking creatine supplements for working out. And it's very early on to say or see any changes. But I think so far, like, I have noticed I have a little more energy and a little more like power or strength during the workout. So hopefully the more that I take it, we'll start to see some positive results. For his mom. You called her Mom 3 in a non-serious way, or we were still on a first name basis? Can still be first name basis. She always preferred that even when you were still just a kid. Honestly, you couldn't imagine calling her anything else. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and it swung open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up. shook your head in disapproval, but you both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad is lucky we aren't criminals. You brushed your comment aside and went right into his old home. Cliff was there, standing in his kitchen and babysitting a pan on the stove. He looks exactly the same! What the heck? He hasn't aged a day. What is in this Holden blood? They are vampires, I tell you. I guess we'll be able to tell for sure if his mom also looks exactly the same. His head turned at the sound of footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware this level of happiness with Cliff was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Dad! Cove! Cliff gracelessly pushed what he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. I missed you. I missed you too. It was sweet. And teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then he had to keep going. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. Cove's cheeks turned pink and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added, But I was raised really well. His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled. Cove put an arm around him too and tugged him into a side hug. He observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you. Hey, Calico. So great to see you. He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. He looks exactly the same. Hey, Cliff. Give him a hug. Propelling yourself forward, Cliff let out a huff as you knocked the air from his lungs. You wrapped him in a tight hug. Sighing, you felt him slowly relax and hug you back. For a second, you could have sworn that you heard a quiet sniffle above you. I miss having you around. Nodding, you could feel a warm blush rising in your face. It felt good being back home. Cliff cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kyra's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kyra, they're here. He had the manta ray tattoo. Isn't that cool? It was only seconds before there was the sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time. Oh no, she's coming running. She also looks pretty much the same. She doesn't even have, like, wrinkles on her face. My baby! Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kyra stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both. Cove went to her easily. Let's also open our arms up for a big hug. She held you both tightly in her arms, and you squeezed her back with nearly the same intensity. You felt loved. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kyra let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful, and just what I like to see. Thanks. And hi, Mom. Yeah, you look great for your age. I mean, even if you're, like, a couple years younger than my mom's, you don't look a day older. One day soon, I'll let you in on my secrets. Kyra winked, and you had zero doubts that she held precious knowledge to looking your best. She was stunning every time you saw her. I'd be honored. So what's new? Have you both been? Kyra gave a nod for Cliff to go first. Cheerfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, same old, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friends and family, of course, and still the most exciting thing around here is seeing who'll rent that one free condo. We appreciate all women in this household. All of them. Incredible. I always knew you were such a snore. They snickered and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you, but the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face. For me, things have been good. I've gotten a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle, and wow, Seattle mention! Kara twirled a strand of her hair shyly, and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. Things have still been going well with that guy from work, but it's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. Oh. Yeah, I hope he gets the seal of approval when he does come around. You added a thumbs up to keep things light. Her smile widened, grateful for your gesture. So that's us. Do you two have plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room.
Great.
Great, great. He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. I do like Mr. Holden's button-up. That is a very cute print. I appreciate the sharks and the jellyfish. Why does Seattle sound like a Pokemon? Go, Seattle! I choose you! That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while anyway, since we've got the time. Cove directed the last part of you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You were already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea.
Makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel, and someone's gotta keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms against his side like a little child. A small smirk tugged at Kyra's mouth, and she winked. You know what I mean. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Cliff waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Bye, we'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. We already getting piggyback rides? No, we can link arms, that's fine. His heat soaked into you. It was better than any ray of sunshine. It was Cove. He let out a satisfied hum. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you both passed tourists who were taking in the sights for the very first time. Being a local who was a badge of honor you wore proudly. You casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. Cove snapped his head as far as it could go to one side, so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it.
Please?
Oh, there's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile. You chuckled. Yeah, you don't need to ask for my permission. Does your heart want a pretzel? Yep, it does. Dude, a pretzel sounds so good. How do you guys like your pretzels? Like, do you like it with cheese? I personally just like, oh dude, you know, those peanut butter pretzels from Costco. Costco continues to be the GOAT. Ooh, pretzel sticks, also yummy. I do like pretzel sticks. I don't know, when it comes to like a big fresh pretzel, not really a cheese person. So I'd be interested if, like, to try some other kind of dip to be paired with a pretzel. For a moment, you both quietly laughed at that. You placed a hand over your own heart. Then I think you should follow it. I like to dip your... Okay, you like cheese dip. Yum. Yum yum. Oh, pretzels with mustard. So good. You're gonna get the one that comes with a little frosting cup, aren't you? Oh yeah, see, like I can definitely see like a sweet and salty kind of pairing for a pretzel. That sounds pretty good. That's right. After that, you both happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the stall. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. You've never had the big bread-like pretzels? Or Bloxian. They're so good. I mean, if you get a good pretzel, that is, they're usually like nice and warm. And they have like a kind of like, I don't know, I'm just thinking of a good pretzel. They're usually kind of firm on the outside, but the inside is like very fluffy. And then, yeah, they're salty. Let's get in the water. In seconds, you had your feet free and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight to the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. You only get the crunchy snack pretzels? You gotta try them someday, Lord Bloxian. They're so good. It really feels like summer now. He wore a bent smile, then he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments exactly like this, being here at sunset in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now over just being neighbors, but still. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered the moment you met Cove's eye. Your mouth lifted into a pleased smile. I'm happy too. The last rays of sunlight glittered on the water, mesmerizing you. You couldn't help but feel like this was exactly where you both belonged right now. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word, Cove found a new shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadows stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your own little world. Eventually, the bubble popped when you realized that your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be back soon. Oh, that's right, we have a dinner tonight. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he had just had a funny thought. Dang parents, always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. There's no escape from curfews as long as we're in this neighborhood. It's like we warped back into being little kids the moment we set foot at the entrance sign. Cove's nose crinkled in fake disgust, and you both burst into a fit of giggles. It'd be nice not to have to worry about bills again. Yes, the joys of being a child. Sometimes. After one last glance, you put your phone away again. Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. The both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it also wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your moms were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked on you and your light dusting of sand.
Hello.
Welcome home. Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. I hope we're not too late. Nope, you're just in time, but you better start packing it up. Liz will be waiting. Oh, that's right. I forgot we were picking up Liz, too. Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat. She slightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. Oh no, you were eating pretzel sticks this whole time, Lorbloxian. No, they're all gone. Where will you get delicious crunchy pretzels now? It took you a second to remember where you had put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove, your mom's, and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to the car to get everything. Oh no, hope the withdrawals aren't too bad. You can survive, I believe in you. Cove firmly closed the trunk and you thanked everyone for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, Pascal family, let's get in the car. That means you too, Cove. You know, you're essentially family anyways. Thanks. Exactly. Well said, Calico. Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got in on the other side. See, this car, it looks more like... It's like you're a regular, like, nice, clean car, whereas that Uber was, like, really nice. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out into the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the backseat with Cove. Your mom was driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you neared the airport, Mom pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
Alright.
Tell her that we're right in front of the building with the blue windows. She says that she's outside, right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued, with Ma driving around in the wide circular airport road while Mom attempted coordination between her and Liz's location. Aha! You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team! Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that both of her kids were back.
Good job.
That's right. Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, her smile ornery despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was that same familiar smirk that you had grown up with.
Hey.
Hello, children. I'm back. You laughed. Liz nodded at your chuckles, appreciative that you enjoyed her introduction. Reached over and hugged her. You quickly unbuckled and then launched yourself at your sister. She wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's so nice that you're here. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. Yes, the sweet baby boy. You baby boy Cove. You're your baby. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Calico. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk. It's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I am not sitting in the middle. I already had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Holden and Calico Pascal apart? Cove puffed up indignantly yet again at her classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice.
So?
I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figure you can fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Thanks, Cove. No problem. I'm almost disappointed it was so easy. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. It's just the middle seat. Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Keep telling yourself that, and I'll keep taking the window seat. With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Ma began to pull out.
Let's go.
We're off! Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Hopefully we finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are.
Now.
And it's still just as good as you are. Wow. Hey, I love this old car. You had spent hours there, sitting in that very seat, taking you so many different places. The car had good times, bad times, and so much in between. Really hoped that it kept running. It'd be bizarre if the car was ever sold. Oh, Calico. How touching. Mom turned up the radio as Mom merged onto the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. That is an old song. That was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened up despite it getting later and later in the night. She told you all about her work week, just her week, not her work week. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she'd made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted their conversation with her in hilarious detail, as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you. Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Cove went to go find your room. Wow, that's a nice, modern-looking hotel room. You scanned the key card to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep and you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked open, then you craned your head in to take a look. The first thing you noticed was the large, king-size bed in the middle of the room. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. A smile played on Cove's face as he watched you take in the space. The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is gonna use it? Me, you can fend for yourself. That was a joke. Can we please share the bed? Yes. Thanks. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yeah, you picked out a nice one. Cove smiled like a big, pleased puppy. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the room's amenities. I first streamed this game 2 years ago? Has it really been that long? Oh my god. No, it's not like... I mean, again, it's not like I've been streaming this every month. It's just like I play a little bit and then I do a bunch of other streams in between. And then I pick it up again eventually over time. Has it really been 2 years since I first streamed Our Life? That's crazy. Cole pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. However, the fact was, you both were exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You had to hunt along the walls to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. And honestly, if I had bought the DLC, we wouldn't even be on step 4 yet. We would probably still be on like step 2 or 3, I'm gonna be real. Because I think in the amount of streams that I've done, I've only been able to get through like... Because there's usually like 4 mini stories in each step. And then there's like 4 DLC along with it, so 8 in total. I think in like a single stream I can do like maybe 4 of them, and then like the transition between steps, so like 4 to 5 stories. So it is a lot. It is a very hefty visual novel. You turn your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. He never minded that. You should get some sleep. Cove smiled, a soft expression that was adorable.
Alright.
Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you, wrapped his arms around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. And he lifted you off your feet. What? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. Both of you crashed onto the tight tucked sheets of the hotel bed. He laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing and absorbed most of the impact. You laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. You could have warned me. Your heart had sped up with the shock. Sure, falling into bed with Cove was fun, but a little heads up would have been nice. Sorry, I won't do that again. You appreciated his sincerity and breathed a sigh of relief that you would not have to worry about future sneak attacks. I've streamed this at least 5 times, this stream included. Wow, that doesn't feel like a lot, and that's, then again, it's like the first stream was 2 years ago. I guess they've just been really spread out. Apology accepted. His face relaxed, saying that you were okay. Why'd you do it? My dad used to do that kind of thing to me when I was little. Sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fond memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. You made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned in return, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. The sleepover talk begins. Hey, so do you know why pigeons are called pigeons when they're actually doves? Cove blinked at your random tangent. You yawned and continued talking, your sleepy brain happy to info dump. Pigeon actually used to refer to a young cheeping bird, not a species like it does now. Cove nodded along as you continued, seeming interested despite the random topic. By the time you finished, he was watching you intently. And you shot him a sleepy grin. You found it to be charming if the soft look on his face was any indication. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you. He let out a contented breath. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else are going to be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it's been ages and everything's different. Some of that is definitely because I'm staying at a hotel instead of being in my room at my dad's, but yeah. It feels pretty natural. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking. A yawn forced an interruption into the statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. You felt his lashes flutter close against your skin. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Calico. His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might not even have been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way, whether you heard it or only thought you heard. Sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and the sunlight returned to your hometown of Sunset Bird. You comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. Your eyes gently opened to see a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. You recalled where you were, a hotel room. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Yes, tale as old as time. You never want to wake up, just keep sleeping. Now I'm actually getting, get tired. Morning. Cove's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your boyfriend. Oh my god, our boyfriend. You checked the total time of each stream besides this one. I'm gonna imagine they're around 3 to 4 hours, right? His arm was draped around you, and his fingers were lightly drawing shapes on your pajamas. You twisted over to face him fully. Morning. You sleep well? I think you've played this for 10 plus hours in total. That is a lot. And it's not like I've played anything off stream either, so it has all been broken up on stream. You did. The expression on his face softened with a content sigh. He Felt his index finger lightly trace out the shape of a heart. Wow. There's nothing but good dreams when you're around. Let's give him a hug. Pulling him closer, you hooked your chin in the warm space between his shoulder and his neck. Cove nuzzled his cheek into your hair, holding you in return. Neither of you were making any moves to get up and actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. You could indulge just a little while longer. Eventually, enough time flew by that there weren't really any minutes to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary. Oh, the dinner's tonight. I thought it was the day that we arrived, but okay, I understand now. It's gonna be fun. I think so too.
I mean...
This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everybody is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff we used to, and all the things we never did but wanted to. The world is our oyster, Cove. Jumping up on the bed, you stood in a power stance in the center. We run the course of our lives. Yeah! We're in control of our destinies. Yeah! Exactly! Well, we better get back to it, huh? We got a pretty full schedule ahead of us and your mom's big day. You smirked. So much for being a kid, so many responsibilities. I don't think seeing our friends really counts as responsibilities, Calico. Fine, you got me there. After that, you and Cove moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for the day. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were sought after. What the? We slap his butt as he walks past. Somehow lost a sock in our sleep. He's just opting to run his hand through his hair to brush it. Or he tosses his phone that he hadn't been able to find. Probably got lost in the sheets. Give him his phone. Cove caught it with a noisy slap in between his two hands. He stared over at you with wide eyes. Shrugging, he tried not to grin, but it was a losing battle. Remind me to remind you not to do that again. I'll walk over to get it next time. Worried still, he wiped off the phone screen on his shirt. He chuckled in agreement, knowing full well that you both would likely forget and play catch with the phones again at some point later. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful summer day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it all during the drive. Yeah, honestly, this whole chapter is reminding me of, like, I used to, when I wasn't living at the aquarium, I used to live away from home. Or when I used to live away from home. The first time I ever came back to visit friends and family, this was during, when there was the pandemic, the CVID, the big C, when it was going around. At that point I was living away from the aquarium. So the first time that I was able to come back home and see everybody and visit, like, the place where I grew up, it just felt very surreal. It feels very different to be a guest in your own home, if that makes sense, in like a good way. Cove sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes. Oh my god, it's our cousin! Look at her with her cute hair! Calico, you're here! And guess what? I'm here too! While your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you noticed that she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she'd always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. Lee was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history. Wow, smart girl. Though last you heard, she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into the music industry. Whoa! Oh my god. She's talented and smart. Lee! Excited, you shouted just as loud as she did. Whew. Excuse me. Lee hugged you tightly, nearly knocking you off your feet. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you and meet Cove's eye. The grin on her face widened while she waved. Hi, Cove. Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. Oh, I like this, like, outfit. Is this like a jumper? Like, it looks like it's one piece. Or, if not, 2 matching pieces is nice too. I'm always wondering if you're there, somewhere. Liz's lip twitched before twisting into a smug smile. She brushed a stray hair out of her face. The One Piece! Once again!
Hey.
You make it sound like I'm always following you around. I have a life of my own if you weren't aware. I know, but when I'm home I'm always keeping an eye out for my big sister. Old habits. How sweet. I miss the days of checking to see if someone else made it to the TV first too. You laughed. Of course that's what her mind would go to. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was as cheery as it ever was from the many times you heard it over the years. Good morning, family! Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning.
Well?
Now that everyone is here, I do have a little something to mention. Ma put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mom leaned her head into Ma's while matching affection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary. Just the 2 of us. Pleased, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist.
Sorry.
Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything.
Totally.
Yeah. Have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. You can survive that easy. Enjoy your brunch. This works out, actually. An afternoon open means there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your 2 school friends still lived around the area. They knew you were coming for your mom's party, but when or how you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone.
Sounds good.
Definitely. We should call them.
Alright.
I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made before she was even done speaking. Arching an eyebrow, she then directed the next part at Lee. Would you want to come along? You missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past.
Yeah!
I'd love to. It would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. Yeah, have fun. Don't worry. Fun is my specialty. Chuckling, Liz smirked. We'll try not to have all the fun. Don't get into too much trouble. You shook your head, and Liz winked. She then glanced back at her phone and rapidly typed a new text. Excellent. It's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic to have the house full again. Today is going to be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There were awes and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, that you could be as proud of your life as them. But Ma's attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously. A shiver shot down your spine. This is a very good time of year for a marriage, don't you think so? With snickers, all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Cove. Shocked at her implication, his cheeks burned red. There was no missing the meaning in Ma's words. She was clear as a bell, and she knew it. Als, if that isn't Alzuri, hello. Welcome. Long time no see. See. Ooh. Are we gonna be the one to... Are we going to be the ones to propose? You wonder if Cove agreed to Ma's words. You'd been hopefully waiting for him to ask. Your mind leapt up at those words. It wasn't something you'd planned on, but maybe she was right. You realized recently you were happy with the relationship you had. You didn't want anything else now. I don't know. No, I want to do it. You haven't played this game in a while? Yeah, I think... Weren't you the one who told me to play Our Life? Or you said you had played Our Life, I think. And then you were like telling me to do it. Oh, Lorbloxine, you've never met Als. Als is a very good friend of mine, a good friend of the aquarium here. Als is actually, I don't think this your mod account, is it? But Als has an account where she can moderate from for this channel. Als is also one of the moderators here for the Float Harbor Aquarium. Oh, hello, hello. Right now, your focus and excitement was on your mom's upcoming celebration. Once that was over, though... You already bought a ring? Wow. You already made a ring? Dude, I want to make a ring. That sounds sick. A surge of pride warmed your chest, and you had to bite your bottom lip to stop yourself from giving the surprise away. Your fingers itched to show Cove what you'd been working on. The ring looked like... Ooh, wow, we actually get to pick what it looks like. This one is like really extravagant. I kind of like the more simple look personally. Like even just the band I think is really nice. But the pearl though is a nice touch. It's cute. Oh, we can whoa, we can change the material? Wait, can we not? Okay, so this is just the band color. Change color. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Silver, platinum. Well, these look the same unless there's another change. Nope. It's either silver or platinum. But it looks pretty much the same. I am personally a fan of silver, though I started to become more of a fan of gold. But it's still growing on me, I think. I think I'm still more of a silver person. Let's just go simple. I like the simple band. I think it's nice. When the moment came, you were going to do something special before popping the question, or when the moment came, you're going to pop the question. No special planning or anything? No, it needs to be special. And until then, you'd have to keep your feelings on the inside. It's all secret. Hush hush. You guys can't say anything to Cove, okay? He can't know. I'm letting you in on the secret. Oh, there you are. On your mod account. You wanted to buy the Baxter DLC low-key, but I love baby boy Derek. Yeah, Derek is so cute. We've only gotten, like, snippets of him. But, yeah, there is obviously a lot of content we have yet to see for Our Life. Can you tell us a fact about ocean? The ocean? Tell you a fact about the ocean? Tell you a fact about the ocean. To think. I don't know what about the ocean have I not talked about before. I'll have to come back to you on that. It's very salty because fish pee in it. And other things. Yes, there are a lot of creatures that pee in the ocean. You caught Cove shyly rubbing at the slight scar that was still visible on his arm. His stuttering never quite reached full sentences. It instead turned into silence. Cove's brain was shutting down. Ma had sympathy for him.
There.
You don't have to say anything. It's just a little thing to ponder. At that, Cove's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he creakily glanced at you. If it was only the two of you here, you got the impression he would have had something to say. For now, a meaningful look was all there was. Right then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet up with your friends. They were both able to come see you, having kept their schedules free for this, and you couldn't wait. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know about what he was going to be up to. You would hate to use sea salt. Extra salty. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch and your big meetup with your friends. Soon enough, everyone was out the door looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and the dinner later that night. Once outside on the neighborhood street, you looked to Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Terry and Randy were driving into town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again, having to rely on another people who actually have cars to really get anywhere now are stuck walking to whatever is nearby. You think he had dressed him up cute? I thought so. I did my best. He's our boy. He's gotta look the part. Is pee salty? Questions. Questions that we should not know the answers to. Honestly, if your pee tastes salty, for one, why are you tasting piss? And then two, probably you should drink some more water, I think. No, we're reverting back to infancy. A snort was followed by true laughter from Cove. Teasingly, you pouted. This isn't funny, Cove. I don't want to be a baby again. I didn't realize we were regressing that seriously. He shrugged, then stuck his hands in his pockets. The thought of being little again made you shiver. I couldn't go back to that. I like being me currently.
Me too.
I like current you too. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunset Bird. It was the one that used to have the little crepe stall. Remembering the delicious smell, you got lost in thought. The store did well enough that it moved into a full-size building a couple years ago now. You'd seen pictures. It was very cute. The parking lot was now just, well, an empty lot that cars could theoretically park in, but not many took the offer. Your Cove was so cute, you caved and downloaded the voice name lines. Wow! Oh my goodness, he said your name. Yeah, aren't these backgrounds great? They're amazing. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in a group chat to let them know you'd made it. Someone must have answered already because Cove gave you a status update while staring at the screen. Randy texted, I can see you. Oh, Ree? The blare of a car horn cut you off. You and Cove both turned towards the source of the noise. One of the windows rolled down.
Hey, buddies.
Oh my goodness, it's our friends! Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled to a stop in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda stepped out into the pavement. Oh, she looks so cute! Hi, Cove! Hi, Calico! With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with the majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat with a large grin spreading across his face. Oh my goodness, look at him! When he let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. Give him a fist bump. Press forward, meeting Terry's knuckles with a light bop. He greeted you with a satisfied grin. It felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach a town over. You were proud of him. He'd helped a lot of people in his line of work. Wow, a lifeguard? Holy moly. And in recent years, you and Terry were able to form an even closer bond. It was reassuring to have a friend who knew what it was like to go through changing parts of their identity. You could go to him for understanding, and you knew that Terry felt the same about you. Miranda took Cove's hand and one of yours in her other. Her eyes alight, she gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. Hi, Terry. Hi, Miranda. He answered assuredly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also kept busy running a small online shop, selling crafted knickknacks she made. Wow. Let me see the Etsy link. Give me the link! Yeah, you look so cute. Oh, stop that. The pink in her cheeks deepened at your compliment. I mean it. You knew how full Miranda's plate had been for a while now, but despite the busy schedule, she really did take the time to put together a fantastic look. Miranda released your hands. Giggling, she eyed you both carefully. Yeah, where's a Shopify link now? So how have you been?
It's nice.
Things have been nice. It's fantastic.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm really glad for you. You stood more confidently and straightened your back. That made her giggle again. You're sparkling. What about you? I'm super. Terry sidled up next to Miranda and put his arm around her shoulder. Sighing dreamily, Randy chuckled up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. He pressed his cheek against Miranda's, and she let out a light squeak. The sight put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they'd started dating. The corner of your mouth curled playfully while you took in the warm welcomes all around. At times, it was still kind of funny how your group of 4 friends evolved into 2 couples. Not that you were complaining about it. You thought it was an amazing thing. Yeah, that's always nice when things work out that way. Cove then pulled his phone out and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion every so often. He raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cove was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger.
So...
Is there anything either of you want to do while we're here? Any place you'd want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually, there is something that I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Terry poked at Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eye, silently asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. He shrugged. I just want to see my friends. Huh. Cove, you're already doing that.
Well...
True, but I could be doing it even more. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical, incredulous expressions. His stare moved to a point past you 3, and you heard the scrape of sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call of the warm voice shouting over. Oh my goodness! Oh no, he's like super ripped. What the? He's so big now! What's up, guys, gals, and pals? What color is Cove's hair? Cove's got like a tealish green hair. Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. Yeah, he's no longer a baby boy. That is a man. It's been too long, even though it hasn't actually been that long, but long enough. Hunk alert, oh no. Derek! You screeched his name and waved with both arms to welcome him. Bashful, Derek scratched the back of his head. Blue-green, bleen, grew? Yeah, exactly. You're here! Here in the flesh.
I missed you.
Oh my god, his voice is also really deep. He spoke to you gently. You were thrilled just being there, reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey. He waved over at Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they all had met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. What's up, big man? Hi, it's great you could come. Cove put himself next to Derek. Happy, he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hey, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Of course. Thanks for inviting me. This guy straight up sounds like Knuckles the Echidna. I definitely wanted to see the Jealous Cove route. Ooh, is that one that you can follow? Oh, I guess you would be like going after Derek, I assume, right? Interesting. Hunkalicious. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier. It was Derek the entire time. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved with running the scuba shop when it's called for.
Very nifty.
Nifty. Humming, Derek elbowed Cove.
So?
But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town! Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bird, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. It's only a slight difference from the Cove route, but it was really cute of Cove to really get clingy of you. Aww. You're jealous, baby boy. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing, as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your moms? Always. Let's keep the celebration going. He shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis. He looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes.
Come on.
Let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. He'd barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversation moved on to excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Yeah, that's true. A lot of VTubers have little creators that are supposed to be chat. Yes, I didn't want to talk about it too much or spoil any surprises, but I do have something like that in the works, personally. It's been kind of tough because I thought I had one idea and then I got another idea, so I'm trying to figure out which one I like more before I settle on anything. But I promise you guys have a little fan mascot on the way. We are expecting... Chad is expecting a fan mascot. I am Pregante. It's hard to think of one. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to go with something too obvious, but I want to make something unique. So I'm still working on it. The aquarium exhibit is still in construction, exactly. Please pardon our pixie dust. But you wouldn't know, you're not a VTuber. That's so true, Jazz is not a VTuber. Don't mistake them for one. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversation moved on to excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Clam that won't shut its trap. That's a good one, too. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but that's a really funny idea. Kova excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. Wow, look at this shirt. This is a sick pattern. Also, hello? The deep V-neck? But when he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed outfits. Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff still here at your mom's place? Yeah, he's got muscles! No, Cove, I did not do that.
Huh.
But your mom's party, it's at the country club. And that's also where Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone is there in their Sunday best. It'd be different if we were going to one of the club's parties, but we're only going for a regular meal. Cole was as befuddled by your explanation as you were with his actions. He threw his arms up, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
How can you not dress nicely for a country club? I don't think the Cypress is as special as you've decided it is. You saw Ma. She wasn't in formal clothes, and she's one of the guests of honor. His frown- oh no! His frown wobbled, and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled at the cuffed ends of his shirt. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. Oh, hey, Nochi, welcome back! Long time no hoot? Yes, hello, hoot hoot. Welcome, welcome. I thought she was gonna get changed while you and me were... Well, it's okay, you look very nice. Yeah, you can dress fancy, who cares? That earned you a sheepish smile, though he still clearly wished his look hadn't garnered any extra attention. Cove's eyes stole a glance at the hall, as if he was calculating if he'd have time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head out came far quicker than you'd expected. Cliff and Kara swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise that night, Cliff was also in formal clothes. Yeah, what the- look at him, he like buttoned it all the way up to his neck. Crazy. I've never seen him like this. Ko's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time Cliff went to Kyra's. The two men pointed at one another. See? He knows. Exactly, sport. Kyra was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned Kyra placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you are the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled, his arm moving to scratch at the back of his neck. Yep, that's my boy. The ends of Cove's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid, in more ways than he ever realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire club, all gussied up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. That looked to be good enough for them. Wow, look at how nice this is, though. All of the Pascal family, as well as the honorary members, Cliff, Kyra, and Cove, headed out at the same time to the Cypress. It was to be a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. Reserved? What happened there? Reserved for your group. Once you'd all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Smiling, your parents faced a group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share the special day with them. Mom reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it between both of hers.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady right here is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I'd want to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we've got such a large and loving family through all of you. Around you, you heard people saying, "Aww," and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Your eyes met Liz's misty ones, and the affection she had for her moms carried over to you too. Wow! Aww! Look at them! You returned your attention towards the happy couple just as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. Yeah, this place looked like it costed loads of money. Lots of shmoney. The table responded with cheers and clapping, shouts of "Happy Anniversary!" and other congratulations continuing even after they'd broken apart. The moms are kissing! Oh, close your eyes! It's too wholesome. And kinda gross. Oh, but it's mostly wholesome. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared and the event began to draw to a close. Yeah, this is a really nice country club. Cliff and Kyra exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. You were getting a lift back with your moms. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but Cove had asked if they'd mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He wanted to visit it a little longer. Your moms had happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your moms swung by their hotels during the trip home while you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the backseat of your mom's car with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No thanks. It's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove.
You alright with that?
Let him do as he pleases, Lonnie. But you better not stay out too much later or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mom waggled a finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe as she reprised a role that, in truth, she never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you'd grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. He already had the answer for this. He wasn't yet ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside him. Yes, mooching. Gonna smooch? You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark and utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, and the soft sound of the footprints you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. Whoa! Hello. He tucked it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of the reach of the waves. Oh no, he's buff! Yeah, what the? Didn't know I'd be getting a show. Cove froze, his arm still raised from when he'd thrown his shirt. Slowly, he came back to life, stiffly pulling his arm back down. Your commentary had made him self-conscious. Laughing, you clapped your hands in delight at his awkwardness. Yeah, we're gonna start making it rain out here, Cove Holden. Cove slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction as his shirt. He was down to just his polka dot boxer briefs. In public? Sometimes, you were really struck by the ways in which he was braver than his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. He never, ever would have done this when you were both living on this street. But you also know, he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than someone he spent all these years with. Whoa, we're gonna also take off our shirt? Yeah, you're going to swim? You don't have a change of clothes, do you? You're just gonna go in like this? Oh, do we also go wild? Do I need to cover my eyes for this? Everybody look away. Close your eyes. The stream is turning 18 plus all of a sudden. Who cares? We're just gonna go in with our clothes. I'm not brave enough to take off the shirt. Cove waddled. Oh, Cove waded further into the water until it came up to his chest. He followed Cove deeper into the sea. Your wet clothes clung to your body, soaking up the water and weighing you down. A physical reminder of all the unwritten rules you were breaking. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my moms when we get back.
I guess.
Yeah? Oh well. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched. We're already drenched from being in the water with our clothes. Splash him back. Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hands up for protection. It was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. Cove sighed, then looked at you mournfully. The sudden shift in mood alarmed you, but those worries disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. We're still not merfolk. The world is so cruel. You snickered. After a moment, Cove's mock sadness broke, and he joined in. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading into the park. I'm surprised it's still here, after all these years. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now. Oh no. No more kids. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed only in his underwear. Bro. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing seats, marveling at it all.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. Were we seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. Once, these had been a challenge for you. Now they were a little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. Not uncomfortably. Sitting on them comfortably. He leaned against the bars. It was strange seeing adult Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently it was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toe scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care. He thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were home. It just so happened to be the place you'd grown up, but really, anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. Aww. Bleh. He had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen, from a young age, to share your life with each other. You wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood has shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip, with the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight, had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke, those words fell as quickly as it had appeared. Oh, it went by so fast. We all came out here for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, her parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. But what else can you do, except say it's okay? I guess it's a part of growing up. This place and these people, they're our foundation. It shaped who we are now, like making castles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. He had a good childhood, I think. Why, you're making yourself sound old. Yeah. We're really lucky.
Yeah.
You're right. He shook his head, sighing heavily. Alright. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist. You had a feeling where this was going. You better get home before your dumb parents who don't know anything get mad. You had to laugh at the half-hearted impression of the sour kid you'd once encountered in this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you, as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their powers extended over Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late, and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily on the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You retrod the same path, following the footprints down to the shore you'd left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once Cove had scrounged up his abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home, side by side. He's still just in his boxers? Bro! Droplets of water slipped down your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your earlier adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. But you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footsteps that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hope so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark on your hometown again, even if only for a little while. Despite being out late and in Cove's case, mostly undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove Holden, your boyfriend. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. Aww. You make me really happy. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring, and he bit his lip as he smiled shyly. You could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the exact same way. Exactly. Let's bump him. We both are wet and soaking, standing outside our houses. Cove chuckled before gently bumping you into you in retaliation. Even with him being careful, you still stumbled a little from the impact. There was a notable size difference between the two of you. Size difference? Hello? You were full of joy. All other concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all to a close. And so, the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as cleaning yourselves up as best as you could. Your moms, both in pajamas ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you came inside, disheveled and damp, and their teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag he brought them in. You'd given Mom and Ma plenty of material for a mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. You just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. It had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourselves to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time and the lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You really were making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought that this was almost over. You had settled into this new routine naturally, All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone on his bedside table, and you followed suit. You both started settling in for the night. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rubbed the back of his neck and yawned. His voice was quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years. Delightful, colorful things in huge aquariums. He spent a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. You also had adopted pets, who you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters that both of you cared for. That was why, with both of you gone, it had been important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. He'll be fine. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you chose that person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine. They just miss you. Cove smiled. Appreciative of your comfort, you nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Oh, hey, Ian. Welcome. We are currently going through step 4 of Our Life, Beginnings and Oys, which is a visual novel where you play the main character who grows up in a beachside town, and you get into up to you. You can follow separate paths, but generally it's about your relationship with your next door neighbor, or the neighbor who lives across the street. So we are currently at the point in our lives where initially we started as children who kind of didn't really get along, and then over time, we've hung out together more and we grew up together, and now we are officially a couple. So we've been a couple for a while and we live together, and we are currently back in our hometown visiting all our old friends and family. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. He squinted at your wrists as if looking at a watch. Yeah, it's bedtime o'clock. Did the kiss happen yet? I think we've had a couple kisses now at this point. Though it's a little more special. I try to pick occasions where it feels right. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers, and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. You turned on your side to face him and scooted slightly closer. Your noses almost touched, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby.
Good night.
Good night, Calico. Night! Cove's eyes fluttered shut and he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. Hello? This choice, huh? His presence was alluring. You really wanted your hands on him. Or his presence was comforting, perfect for lulling you to sleep. Listen, I don't know if we're ready to get spicy here. Not in front of everybody. This is too much. This is our privacy. We need everybody close your eyes. We're not ready for that yet. It wasn't long before you were certain Cove was asleep. You hadn't followed him to dreamland, however. Instead, your mind was busy working through your current situation. If you wanted to... Ooh! Yes, let's hear it. If you wanted to propose here in Sunset Bird and still make it something special, you were running out of time. Oh no, we're running out of time. We have to figure out how are we gonna propose to Cove. They weren't going to be opportunities tomorrow where Cove would likely part from you, so... Oh, we can postpone it? You decided to sneak out while he slept to make preparations for tomorrow. I feel like you would notice, no? How can we sneak out? Decided not to propose on this trip. I mean, I feel like our hometown seems like the best place to do it, no? Because this is where we met, this is where we grew up. I feel like we have to be sneaky. We gotta be very sneaky and sly about this. You wanted to have at least a bit of decoration. You wanted to have a gift or romantic gesture of some kind. You wanted to have at least a bit of decoration and a gift or other romantic gesture. Yeah, we gotta have both. Yeah, to do both. We gotta make this nice. It was more than worth the extra effort. It had to be a moment to remember. Untangling your body from his was a challenge. Every time you began to pull away, your lover stirred, unconsciously trying to readjust his hold on you. He pressed his face against your shoulder, and you had no choice but move him to the pillow. No. We're gonna be smooth criminal here. The way you gently cradled his head and stroked his hair kept Cove completely soothed as you slid him down off you. He smiled in his sleep, and the hardest part of the task was resisting your rising urge to keep doting on him. You offered Cove a silent apology for the secrecy before dropping completely out of the bed. Finally, you slipped into the night, catching a ride to gather what you need for the occasion. I'm surprised, like, there's still Ubers and stuff at this time of night, but whatever. From being under the blanket of the hotel to the blanket of the starry sky above, you made the most of the time you had. Once your modest plans were achieved, you didn't waste any time returning to where you were meant to be this hour of the night. Returning to your spot in bed was a welcome relief. You could rest easy now, even though only a few hours were left to do so. Still, you had no regrets over losing some sleep. You were going to propose— oh my god, we're gonna do it! We're going to do it, everybody! You're going to propose to Cove Holden! It is time. We started off as little kids who didn't really get along to friends, and it has been a long time building up to this point. We are finally here. Your eyes fell closed sometime after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you too much time to muse on what you've done, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. You know, if this were a real situation where I was planning something, I think the anxiety would just wake me up, because I've had that happen on several occasions. But when I don't have any plans, usually it's gonna have to be an alarm, or I just sleep, and somebody else has to wake me up. So this seems like the more realistic option. Struggle to keep your eyes half open. It didn't matter how much you wanted to get up, your body had other plans. Yawning, your eyelids kept drooping and getting dangerously close to sticking shut. You sat up fully with a big yawn, stretching your back, then your arms, and lastly your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side while you swung your legs over the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove slipped out of bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day in Sunset Bird. The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. It was just one more day to live out of your bag. Wow, that seems kind of like— I don't know, it seems suspicious. Is there anything you'd like to see me in today? For absolutely no reason whatsoever. I don't have anything clean left, but oh well. I'm really looking to having my full wardrobe again. There were only so many outfit combinations you could make, and you pondered them all while you poked through your suitcase. You frowned, wishing that you packed a little differently.
Don't worry about it.
You'll be reunited with your closet soon. Not soon enough. Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, he swiftly got ready in the small hotel room, all a jitter. Today was a day. When you returned to Sunset Bird, you were planning on proposing. Everybody get the cameras out. Get the cameras ready. From the look of Cove's behavior, he had no idea. You fought to keep the thrill whipping up in your chest from coming out too strongly. Excuse me. As soon as you had your stuff together and were ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out into the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your boyfriend. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together while the summer sun made him shine. Though he was the brightest light in your eyes, no matter what. Oh my god, we're chickening out. No, we have to do it. We have to follow through with the plan. Hey, Cove? Yeah? He mumbled the answer out of the corner of his mouth, eyes glued to his father's condo. Oh no. Wow, we can just, like, ditch. That's crazy. It has to be, obviously, here, right? This feels like the most obvious. This is like where we shared all our special moments. It has to be here. Cove moved to stare directly at you, mouth drooped into a tiny frown as he absorbed your suggestion to suddenly change the plan. But once he did see the look on your face, he shook off any lingering confusion. That smile you loved grew once again.
Of course.
Lead the way. He released a breath through closed teeth, parrying that with a nod. To the hill behind your old house you went, just the two of you. It was a journey you were intimately familiar with, but this time was simply not the same. Actually doing it, you felt heavy and tense. You were full of deep, powerful emotions you needed to express. Painfully nervous, it was the hardest thing you'd ever attempted. True happiness, your decision was natural and you had nothing to worry about. I'm gonna like throw up. I'm gonna throw up, I'm nervous. You stumbled forward, nearly tripping on your own 2 feet. More than once. Each time, Cove reached out to try catching you, but you were able to recover before you had to fall in his arms. As much as you'd enjoy that, you feared you'd lose your nerve if you fell that hard. Your body continued to tremble. It made reaching your destination a challenge in itself, and that was not even including the part of you that wanted to run the other way. Your mind became so panicked, the ring box you'd kept close felt as if it might just drop out on its own before you could properly present it. You breathed in and out as levelly as you could manage, reminding yourself you were almost there. Under your feet, tarmac gave way to dirt and sparse tufts of grass, which then transitioned into a lush, full field of green and white. The gentle fluttering of petals was your greeting. Poppy Hill, the exact same spot where you met your new neighbor over 15 years ago. You shared countless memories here over the years, catching fireflies, watching the clouds, simply taking time to just talk to one another. You grew there together, side by side. This small part of the world was inextricably linked with Cove in your mind. It was a place where your most important encounter occurred, and you knew it needed to be the place where you asked him the most important question. And set out on the grass laid a lovely blanket, on top of it a white poppy bouquet.
What?
The pinch of his brows revealed Cove's bemusement before his words did. Is someone else actually here? That basically never happens. Oh, well, actually, there isn't anyone else. I put it out here. For you. Cove's wide-eyed expression was glued to you as if you'd transformed into some kind of mythical creature, perhaps a mer creature, right in front of him. Though you couldn't say that was unreasonable, since he was probably thinking you must have teleported here and back in a blink to get past him. The truth is, I snuck out when you were sleeping. I'm really sorry for not saying anything. It's a relief that it's all still here. Cove's gaze only moved enough to scan across your face. His focus was still entirely dedicated to you. You came here by yourself in the middle of the night? I was okay, I promise. The shock finally began to give way as his mouth shook. That could go one of two ways with Cove, and wonderfully, you were treated to a wobbling smile. Cove twisted his head to look over his shoulder at the scene you arranged, and then it came back to you. When it did, he was beaming in full. Cove was touched.
That's...
Thank you. That's so nice. You didn't have to do that, really. I wanted to. Cove scrunched his fingers into the sides of his pants with both hands, his head tilted down bashfully. It thrilled you how you could still fluster him like a shy teenager after all this time. Calico, it's wonderful. He started to turn away, moving to sit on the welcoming blanket, and to hide his reddening face. You called out before he could finish the motion. Cove, wait, there's something else.
Seriously?
More? Your lover was in disbelief over the news, but paused as requested, mid-step even. Yes. Whoa, we wrote a song? Hold on, I don't know if I can do that. Scoured the beach for rare shells. You wrote a message for him to read. You wrote a message to read to him. You created a piece of art for him. You took pictures of important places in town and had them printed. Oh, that's cute. That is very cute. You caught a firefly while they were still out and kept it safe until now. No, that's so cute. Aw. Okay, I mean, in terms of, like, story, it's... This one with the firefly is really sweet. But personally, I'd probably do... Write a message and... Oh, I don't know if I'd be able to read it. I think I'd get too embarrassed. But I would definitely write a message. And probably make some art. And also scour the beach for rare shells. But I like this firefly one, that's really cute. Can you wait here for a minute? Huh? Okay. Though it's not gonna be very impressive, it's like in the daytime, it's not gonna glow as nice as it would at night. Not leaving room for any potential questions Cove might ask, you spun on your heels and made a break back towards the neighborhood street. The night before, you had been able to store your stuff in your mom's backyard for this moment. Technically, you were breaking and entering, but you were sure they wouldn't mind. As you slipped over the old fence, you imagined what your moms would have said if they had caught you sneaking around there. It was praise and a healthy dose of teasing. Cove's surprise was still safely tucked away where you had left it. You might have lost a lot of sleep, but this had you invigorated. You took it into your hands and ambled your way back out to your expectant partner. You only stopped running when you arrived right in front of Cove. He paused for you to breathe. Then when a beat passed, he sputtered out the question he was holding back.
What?
Where did that come from? My mom's backyard. You did that too? By yourself? At night? Cove blinked rapidly while he started to babble. It was a struggle for him to process your actions. Calico, I don't... Can you let me give it to you? You could guess the end of his thought, so you cut it off. He didn't understand why you were doing this. That was perfect. He closed his mouth and answered with a demure bob of his head. It was so demure. You lifted up the present you'd kept wrapped in your arms. It was a clear container with air holes and a tiny creature inside. During the day, it may not have the familiar light, but peering inside, Cove recognized it instantly.
Wow.
A firefly. You caught me a firefly? It's beautiful. His voice shook as he spoke those words. Yeah, I wanted to make sure you had one this visit. It was a sincere attempt to convey the depths of your affection for him, and the message got through. Here is a bug. I love you. Will you marry me? Please take this bug as a sign of my affection. That's how you do it, fellas. You propose to her with a bug. Cove gripped his shirt, the spot right in front of his heart. There was a bend to his already wavy eyebrows as a deep red color grew across his skin. Your gesture had him swooning. It was a wonderful feeling to succeed in making him feel cherished because you absolutely did adore him. You wanted to marry him. And with that thought, you knew it was time to share with Cove the true reason you asked him to come here. Oh boy, we're getting to it. Here we go! As you were getting mentally prepared, you carefully set your gift down to free your hands. I present to you a bug. It was silent. You and Cove faced one another, affection filling the small space between you. Still didn't know why you were doing this, but he transparently didn't care. He was only happy to be there, to be with you. There was an almost painful pinging in your chest. The strength of your emotions for him, and the knowledge that he held the same feeling back for you, made your body ache. You never would have imagined this when you first knew the grumpy little boy he was, but now as adults, it was the absolute truth. You wanted to be with Cove. You needed him to be yours forever, no matter how frightening trying to make that happen might be. You loved Cove. You loved him so deeply. And the sign of all of this, the signs of my affections, a bug. But bugs are great. I love bugs. Personally, if you came to me with a bug and you were like, here, I gift you a bug, I'd be ecstatic. I'd be over the moon. Bugs are great. Bugs are really cool. At that moment, you couldn't have been more certain. Every step you'd ever taken in this life was leading you right here. Ooh. Action or words? I think I'm more of a wordy person. Wow, are we just gonna go straight to it? What? Can we marry each other? I think you and me should get married, please. Thank you. Like this one. Just a simple. Will you marry me? You whisper. Autocorrect and I hate accidentally pressing send. It's okay, Lord Bloxian. I do that too. When I'm trying to type out the answer really fast and you accidentally press enter and you look kind of silly. It all happened in slow motion, his expression of serene affection shifting into quivering awe. Eyebrows lifting nearly to his oh, there, Lord Bloxian. They give you the color right here. Seafoam green. Is seafoam green, specifically. Seafoam green hairline and his mouth stretching out to the limit. But despite Ko's mouth being open, he didn't breathe a word. He was entirely incapable of that, so you made your own move. Yeah, we gotta do the whole shtick. Get down on the knee and take out the ring from your pocket. Your red eyes show. I was okay. They're technically red in the game. Your red eyes shone in the bright light of day, and you hoped you could see the strength of your love for him as you looked up at him from down on one knee. Wow, it's the ring we made. Your carefully crafted ring glittered just as brightly as you did when you lifted up the lid to reveal it. I actually can't remember if I chose silver or platinum because they are technically the same color. At that, Cove crumpled onto the ground, his legs completely giving out underneath him. Bubbling drops of tears flowed down to the grass just as heavily. Calico. That single word was all he could choke out, but that alone was all the inspiration you needed to continue your open-hearted confession. And though the ocean was clearly over there to your side, you felt a wave of seasickness. I'm gonna throw up. But that nervousness didn't stop you from sharing your thoughts about your relationship, your history, and your love for him. I remember that summer night 5 years ago when you snuck into my room after the Orca charity event to show me a firefly. A shaking breath reverberated through your chest thinking back on that scene. You could still picture it clearly. You promised you'd always be there for me, and it made me so happy because that's exactly what I wanted, for you to always be there. I couldn't stop myself from saying it, and we have been together ever since. And with every day that's gone by, the more you've meant to me. Ooh. Let's see. You make me so incredibly happy. Yeah, who's not crying at this point? We all cry in here. The corners of Cove's mouth pulled up as he let every word reach deep into his heart. Still smiling like the sunshine, he parted his lips to answer, but all that came out was a ghast squeaking sound. Frustrated, when he tried to push past that block, he instead got himself into a stuttering coughing fit. No! Sweet baby boy, don't cry. Sorry. No, don't baby him that hard. Let's see. Yeah, no need to rush. We got the rest of our lives for this. Cove instinctively reached forward and gripped you for support. He hung his head low, taking in slow, deepening breaths. You didn't mind in any way, shape, or form. You'd wait forever for Cove if it was necessary. Eventually, the trembling in the fingers that were holding you settled out. He was able to lift his head once more to meet your gaze. I will. Despite tears still clinging to his eyes, the words were evenly spoken. Cove had complete confidence in this. Calico, I'd be so grateful to marry you. There's nothing more that I could ever ask for. You never understand the term music to your ears better than when you heard the way he laughed so sweetly in that moment. I've thought about this a lot, you know, probably way too often, and now it's real. It's happening. I don't know if I'm even good enough with words to tell you how happy it makes me. You're what made my life such a wonderful, beautiful, amazing experience. I'm luckier than I have any right now just to know you. Aww.
I love you.
Wow! Oh my god, he said it! He said the thing. Thank you for asking me and for being mine and letting me be yours. I love you. Let's get married. Delicately, Cove lifted out his left hand. You started, understanding what that gesture meant instantly. You took the ring in your hand and then slipped it onto its rightful place on Cove's finger. It was an ideal fit. He said the thing! Yippee! His voice thick with emotion, Cove whispered. It's perfect. I'll keep it always. He doesn't know that I made it. His eyes were transfixed on the ring. He admired it openly before finally lifting his gaze to meet yours. The view of ocean blue held glossy drops of water, and somehow all you could think was that was him, Cove Holden, the man you loved, and now the person you are going to marry. Wow, we're getting married! What the? Wow, yippee! Let's give him a he deserves a kiss. Yeah, we're getting married. That's our fiancé now. You couldn't hold back any longer. Your fingertips skimmed over his cheeks for a second, all sweetness. Omedetou! Yeah, yatta! Cove got the hint. He pulled you into him as close as he could get, desperate to feel you. Kiss! Everybody say kiss now! Kiss now! Gladly you kissed your fiancé. He kissed you back lovingly, and you could feel the smile on his face. The place where you met, where you grew, where you fell in love, was now the place where you shared life together. Truly began. Your eyes drifted close to let yourself experience it, to anchor yourself in this moment and hold on for as long as possible. You, the both of you, never wanted to let go. You were certain of it. The rest of your days would be spent side by side. It was all you'd hoped for. When the swirling excitement of your new engagement relaxed back into the more familiar style of gentle comfort your relationship brought, Cove stood up. He lifted you along with him. Before anything else, Cove paused to collect everything you'd prepared for him and stored it in a bag he brought. It pleased you to see he hadn't forgotten about that part of your proposal. All of it, was incredible. He'd put the amazing Alexander out of business, if he was still in the making things magically appear business for sure. You always make me feel so special. Thank you. Thank you. A lingering warmth filled the air around you, much more than the normal heat of summer. It was all your own. With a gentle tone, Cove spoke once more. Let's go see our families. A smile on his face was building. You knew he was excited to tell them the news. Yeah, they're waiting for us. You arrived back at the doorstep of the Holden household. Your fiancé. Wow, our fiancé? Oh my god, we're engaged. We have a fiancé now. Put his hand on the doorknob and took a deep breath. It was clear why he hesitated. Once he twisted that doorknob, it would be time to announce that you were going to be married. Oh my god, we're getting married. What the? He stole a glance at you. He tried to stay calm for both of your sakes. He nodded with his confidence clearly bolstered. Then Cove opened the door. We're here! Together you stepped into the house, hearts beating fast. Cove stopped before even placing his foot back down. There was unexpected company. You saw your family, not just your moms, but Liz and Lee as well. Wow, everyone is just conveniently here at this house. Along with them, wow, Terry and Miranda were curled up on a couch and Derek sipped a glass of water. Surprise! Surprise! Everyone else followed and let out a chorus of surprises. Cove's eyes widened and he swallowed hard. This wasn't part of the plan. What took so long?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're slowpokes. Cove remained almost completely frozen in place, though he did finally place his foot to the ground. Hey, Sport. Calico. Your friends came over for a visit, so I invited them to breakfast. And since we were cooking for a crowd of any-whoosies, we decided to ask Pam, Noelle, and all over too. Pretty nice, huh? Wow, everyone. Wow, we've got a surprise for everyone too. Not that surprises were a competition, but you felt that Cove and you were about to win. The groups looked back with expectant smiles. They knew. Cove's hand automatically went to the engagement ring on his left hand. He twisted it around his finger uncomfortably. You saw his eyes follow his movement and heard the gasps of realization. Well, you thought as Lee started to point with a huge grin on her face, there definitely would be no pointing it off. Or putting it off. For a second I misread that as Cover has an announcement. Cover Corp here right now in this live stream has an announcement. You looked at Cove with expectation, or I have an announcement. You know, we just make Cove do it. I mean, I can do it. This poor baby boy, he's too shy. All eyes turned to you. It was an awful lot of eyes at once. Wow, the whole formal. I'm getting married, and not to this guy. Haha, he just happens to have. Like, I don't know where he got that thing on his hand. That wasn't from me. Well, we're engaged. Cove nodded with a serious expression.
Right.
That's right. I'm going to marry Calico. Wow. Yeah, Calico, that's our ship name. Hashtag Calico. That's what you'll be tweeting at the wedding. Cove reached over to take your hand as a physical sign of your union. The room filled with cheers of congratulations. You heard Terry's distinctive whoop and your mom start to joyfully whisper to each other. Lee squealed and Kyra cooed. There was no confusion or need for pause. Everyone in your life was immediately on board with your plans. Cove turned his head and beamed at you, excitement in his smile. It was coupled with a fond squeeze to your hand. You grinned back at him. Suddenly, Cove was almost bowled over by Cliff throwing his arms around him. Ah. His father compressed him even more tightly as Cove regained his balance.
I'm so glad.
I'm so proud of you, Cove. The two of you are going to be happy. I'm sure of it. Dad. Cove sniffled, eyes wide and emotional. Then he hugged his father back just as firmly. Yeah, I will be. Both of us will be. While the two embraced, Kyra came up to your side. She put a hand on your shoulder and spoke gently.
Thank you.
Thank you for being so wonderful to my baby. I'm lucky and grateful that you're going to be a part of my life forever. Cliff pulled back and switched to patting the sides of Cove's arms. Well put, Kyra. Calico is a keeper for sure. Yeah, you hear that? Cliff gave the approval. I am a keeper. For anyone listening. Kyra sidestepped over to her son and pinched his cheek. Then she tapped his nose playfully. I'm a keeper, but you missed your chance because now I'm getting married to this guy, Cove Holden. He's my fiancé now. Cliff gave her space, though continued to keep hold of Cove. Your own parents had now reached you. They took hold of one arm of yours each. I can't believe how grown up you are, but I couldn't be happier with how it all happened. Congratulations, Calico. You are one of the smartest cookies there are. You're making an amazing life for yourself. Liz elbowed her way to the front with Lee not too far behind. Your mom stayed at your sides. Lee squealed in your face, pumping a fist into the air.
Seriously?
This is totally amazing! You're seriously getting married! It's like we're real adults and all that. Yeah, it'd almost be hard to believe that my baby sibling is marrying a person. You know, if Cove wasn't such an obvious choice as a husband for you. Her smile turned abnormally soft. You're doing good. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Cove's parents release him. He took the opportunity to slide closer to you and nodded at Liz. Thanks for the positive rating.
You're welcome.
Lee giggled and your moms had some chuckles. Cove stood awkwardly, not entirely sure if he or Liz was being laughed at. Your three friends had stayed back. You believed that they were intentionally giving your families a chance to have a moment. But once they said their pieces, it didn't take long for your friends to swarm you excitedly. Congratulations on the engagement! It's crazy how we're really at this point of our lives. Some days it feels like high school was yesterday.
So great.
But it's great. You both are definitely Sunset Bird's best couple. Terry nodded eagerly. You are the aspiration. I'm stoked that you're gonna be official. This is a big step, but I'd say you've more than earned it with everything you've been through over the years. You both deserve to be with each other for the rest of your lives. Aww. Cove had appeared weepy before, but this sealed it. He cried. Everyone's words had built up and coalesced into Cove shedding the happiest tears you'd seen. Aw, look at him. Thank you. Group hug! You spread your arms wide, welcoming everyone in for a good squeeze. There's so many people. You can hack it. Sure, let's do it. Coves were the first arms around you, although it didn't take long for everyone else to join in. You and Cove were squished into a giant hug of family and friends. Wow! Cove wiggled a little to embrace you tighter. He pressed his cheek against yours, still wet from his oncoming tears. Good luck, kiddos. You've got a journey ahead of you. Cliff agreed with a chuckle. They've known each other for 15 years already and still haven't gotten sick of each other yet. How hard can making it work for the rest of their lives be?
It's no trouble.
For the two of them, not difficult at all. No, don't mess with him. Be nice. Just thank everybody. It means a lot that you're all here for us. Cove nodded against you with a watery smile. All the parents shared touched glances. Liz gave an okay sign and your friends beamed back at you. Of course. What else is family for? With the hug complete, people once again spread out so everyone had breathing room. From your ear to your cheek, over the bridge of your nose, and to your other ear, your blush warmed your skin, and it didn't stop there. It spread over every inch, encompassing you with affection. You could feel with every encouraging pat and excited hug the outpouring of love and acceptance from your friends and family. Truly touched, you watched them step back and take their seats again. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view, the most important people in your life all together again. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then, you noticed that Kyra stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack. I hate to interrupt, but I thought you'd want to know that the food's done cooking.
Oh.
Food? Oh, I kind of forgot that's what we were here for. Embarrassed, Cove scratched the back of his neck and kept his gaze away from anyone in particular. The crowd burst into loud fits of laughter. Oh, Cove. Wow, I didn't think you would ever forget about your precious food. No offense, Calico. He eats like it's both the first and last time he's doing it. Liz directed that last part at you with a sincerely apologetic shrug. Meanwhile, Derek shook his head, fighting back a grin. As funny as that is, Calico definitely does a better job at getting Cove's attention than meals do. It's 'cause I'm a whole meal. What the heck? Clearly. Cove's stare never left the floor, but you could tell he was listening to their teasing. Leaning back into his chair, he quietly crossed his arms and pouted. Your skin prickled from the heat of the blush rising to the surface of your skin, but you cocked your head to the side with an impish grin. Hey, at least I can trust he's not gonna run off with a plate of spaghetti. Food is a competitor I can't beat. Oh, food is a competitor I can beat. That had Liz and Derek bursting into another fit of giggles. Pleased with yourself, you glanced at Cove and saw a faint wobble of a smile there too. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff off on other surfaces around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food.
Okay.
The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you'd like. The guests happily formed a line, and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the Holden living room area, some at the table, others on the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversations trickled across the various clusters of friends as everyone dug in. Cove finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool, just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course! There'll always be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future. Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary every year. The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your moms giggled at her teasing. Moss shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Shush.
Liz, shush.
True.
Honestly, we just might. You made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You gotta give them a chance. It's true. I know I have a lot to thank you for. There were more nods of agreement around the room, and your moms took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Lonnie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam?
Good.
Good job, Mom. Now, with that settled, let us continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. You want to know who else being here would make this extra perfect? As amazing as this was, you couldn't help but think of absent faces. In seconds, everyone curiously turned their attention to you. Oh my god, we can just pick a person. That'd be funny, too. Invite Baxter, the guy that we eviscerated from our minds. Tough choice. I'm gonna go with Shiloh. A loud snort came from Liz before she slapped a hand over her mouth. Her shoulders trembled with laughter at your suggestion.
No.
Oh, Calico, I'm really not so sure about that. But I guess I am a little curious about what ended up happening to him. I bet he's doing well. He was a bright kid. Cove shrugged, listening to the thread of conversation. When you caught his gaze, he smiled softly, and you hoped that wherever Shiloh was, that he was doing as well as you, Cove, and Liz. We can just keep adding people. Why not? What if we just said the whole gang? Cove's expression twisted into a sour grimace the second Jeremy's name rolled off your tongue. Snickering, your grin widened, thinking back to the angry little bowl-cut boy that you've been making jokes about for years. The amusement on your face faltered the moment your eyes fell on Derek. His eyebrows were pinched together while he sat there silently confused. Derek, don't you remember Jeremy?
Huh?
Not really, no. Should I? Not really. We met him around the playground, I think. Many, many, many years ago. Oh wow, I don't remember him at all. He was mean, and loud, and had a bowl cut hairstyle. Yeah, that's still not ringing any bells. Sorry. It's alright, that's probably for the best. Yeah, why not? Let's bring him back to life. About Baxter. Cove turned to you with a genuinely thoughtful look. He rubbed at his forearm while he composed his words. It'd be kind of interesting to see what Baxter would be like now. I think I wouldn't mind seeing him again, though it'd probably be awkward. Yeah, that's what I think too. I just want to know. Ooh, yeah, Baxter was that cool guy with the eyes, shirt, and the fancy rental car, right? I liked him. He was pretty nice. There was a playfulness in Kara's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now that I think of it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised at Kyra's incomplete thought. She was wordlessly urged to continue. Kyra didn't hesitate. Look through all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? What? Mom, why would you say that? Practically all those photos are of me.
Very cute.
And that's why. Embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Cove's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained at his outburst. She winked in your direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up with a wave of proud affection for his son and completely missed Kyra's teasing intent.
Oh.
I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures? I am. Lee shot her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding with matching grins. That sounds swell.
That's fantastic.
That would be lovely, Cliff. Oh no, we've all collectively decided to bully Cove. Mom tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop the snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. Yeah, poor Cove. Everyone loves to pick on you. Only out of love. A snort and giggle slipped out of Liz before she could hide her mouth with her hand. She shook her head, feeling embarrassed by Kara's knowing smile and unwavering gaze. Of course. Cove buried his face in his hands and sighed slowly. His shoulders deflated in defeat. Fine. We can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yay! Yippee! Picture time!
Fun.
Yes! They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers worked their way around the room. Your friends and family were delighted with this turn of events. Cliff flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face. The corners of his eyes crinkled, and though the book covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. But he didn't keep it to himself long, laying the family album on the dining table. You and the rest of the party gathered around to get a peek. Oh my god! Look at him, he's a babby! The first picture on the first page was baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several coos and ahs from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shiny with tears as he sniffled. He's grown so much. Wow. Yeah, nice onesie. You leaned your head into his shoulder as you said it. His scowl quickly fizzled into a pout the longer you batted your eyelashes at him. Do you think you could still pull the onesie look off?
Nope.
Absolutely not, which is a shame. Infant Cove has a real look. You tried in vain to hide your smirk, but you knew that Cove was aware of your quiet giggling. He sighed exasperatedly, hoping that the moment would pass immediately. After breakfast and the photos showcased, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house turned into taking a walk around the neighborhood, and then for lunch, she switched over to your mom's condo. We're just all shifting over to our house now. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company, but eventually, the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside your mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time saying their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family, and your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you'd see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again, anytime. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms. She leaned one hip out to the side while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here, and it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kyra clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey, now. Yeah, good luck with all the important grown-up things I'm sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Definitely. I'll give updates next time something exciting happens, or something lame so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm glad Lee won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too.
Very nice.
You better. Well, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of you. Nothing will get past us. Right. We'll make sure everything is okay. No need to worry at all.
Thanks.
That's kind of you. Miranda and Terry gave each other pleased smiles, already committing to their self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town. It happens too often. But at least there will be people looking out for Sunset Bird. That makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folk a thumbs up. That's all. That's all great. You've got a lot to be proud of, and a lot to be looking forward to. Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful that I've been privileged to witness the growth you've undergone over the years. You've each matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' words and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah, it's been good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, and you couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. Yeah, this was fun. Super fun.
So great.
I'm so happy we did this. Today was wonderful. Lee crossed her arms and shot your moms a teasing smirk. So we should mark our calendars for this time next year, right?
Sounds good.
Sure thing. I expect you to be back here bright and early exactly 12 months from now. Giggling, Lee gave a thumbs up. The grin on your face grew while you observed all your loved ones gathered here. Hopefully, this would indeed happen again next year. Afterwards, there was more sniffling and hugs. A lot of hugs. Then people started trailing out into the street, seeing others off. Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized that the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you both up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before it would be there, though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you weary looks. The four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either you or Cove very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and to go to bed. With one more round of goodnight and goodbyes, your families returned to their condos. Then the only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily, while he waited for it to pass. He stared up at the sky. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulders were relaxed when he caught your attention with a tilt of his head.
So...
Can you guess what I'm thinking? Well, at the moment, you were in the neighborhood you grew up in together with some time to spare. You rolled your shoulders back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now?
Right.
Right. You want to go to the Poppy Hill before we leave? Always. There was an eager bounce in your step as you and Cove crossed over towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared out at the view in awe. Wow, there they are, the fireflies! As you imagined, the hill was dotted with the glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held closely in your mind. Cove sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, weaving in and around the blades of grass and the stars above. Cove cocked his head to the side before his expression twisted playfully when he met your eye. You were about to prod him about what was on his mind when he took off running. I bet I'll catch one first. You went chasing after the next firefly that caught your eye. A particularly bright firefly zipped past your face, and you just couldn't let it go. You chased after it all over the hill. Every so often, you and Cove would pass by each other, moving in opposite directions. This time, you gave his shoulder a light shove to get his attention. Any luck? Not yet. The pursuit for fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both his hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corner of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well. The way the firefly would buzz around, tickling the palms of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, meeting yours. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history, of memories. It's really nice we came here together, at night, with the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it, especially after... Cove couldn't even finish the sentence. He became too bashful. But you knew what he meant. He was thinking about how you brought him one of the little critters as a surprise. And how you proposed to him. With a bug. I proposed to this man with a bug. And I got it. I still got it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before looping up to the top of Cove's head. It landed right on his hair and you smirked. What? You have a very tiny firefly hat. I do? Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last for very long. That's too bad. I'll remember them as my tiny hat forever. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. Or when both our families took trips together. You remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fond reminiscing. You couldn't help but match his grin. I liked that road trip one a lot. Though I don't think we all could squish into that RV again. We were way too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head. His brow creased the longer he sat with the thought spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom, I remember what a big deal they felt like then. To be away from here without anyone else coming? For a whole few weeks? Oh, how little I knew. Hey, what did you used to tell your mom about me when you were on those trips to see her? I'm curious. Thrown a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. Both of his eyebrows raised, and a part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kara always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either. Mostly, I just tell her about the times we hung out, and since you were obviously there when things happened, I didn't have to tell you too. That's true. But I would be really enthusiastic about it when I was telling her what happened, cause, you know, you were an important friend to me. The time we spent together was important. So, I definitely would have been embarrassed if my mom told you any of that. I really appreciate that she kept it to herself. Oh, I think that's nice. All of it. Thanks. Thank you for telling me. Finally, Cove parted his hands and released the firefly back into the hill. It flew up around his face before darting away up into the sky, but your gaze was fixated on him. There was a touch of wistfulness in his features as he watched the bug disappear into the night. It wasn't until Cove turned his attention back to you that his demeanor warmed. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Yeah, I'm ready to go too. Are you sure? Yeah, it's just a goodbye for a little while. There'll be more nights like this one someday. Trailing a few steps behind Cove, you looked back down the hill. You spotted your childhood home immediately. I'm grateful we could come home here and see how things are without us. It was nice.
Yeah.
It really was. With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill. With the same stars above trailing the way, your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world melting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber, the visions you'd constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch onto, a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was. Good morning, Calico. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen, after all. Please stop being a morning person. Wow, it's my dream come true, he said sarcastically. You simply could not cope with this much energy radiating off of him right now. Cove laughed at your response. Sorry. The word slipped so easily from his lips that you knew he did not feel sorry at all. Pull the cover over your head. It was too early for this. With any luck, Cove would take your not-so-subtle hint and try again after you had gotten a decent night's rest. But you were without luck, as Cove made no attempt to leave you be. Would you have preferred me to wake you up by tapping on the window? Maybe. Cove simply smirked, amused by his own wit.
Come on.
I mean, you really should have expected this was gonna happen. Fine, shame on me because you got me more than once. Way more than once. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you ever gonna let me know? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might still be asleep, but if we get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to? Yeah, let's go together.
All right.
Great! Then he held out one of those hands to help you get up too. You held out both arms, wordlessly asking him to lift you up. Cove complied, crouching down to scoop you up before gently setting you down again. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your body seemed less coordinated than usual, each article of clothing a new puzzle, but you managed it. Two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broken when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down into Sunset Bird. The journey was peaceful. You might have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again, with the sky still so dark, but Cove's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like the sun itself wanted to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun, or you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace. And both of those would have just been right for some other occasion. But this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you tore gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited and as ungainly as the kids you'd once been. You were laughing with joy and at the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with the boy who you'd once discovered on the nearby hill who never completely grew up. As it was still early, you did your best to keep the noise down. To the side, you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggles, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. You thought of what the mean old grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residences and their sleeping occupants. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. Just get in the water with him. After slipping your shoes off, you let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cold as when the wave pulled back and your wet feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally, dawn had fully broken. Even then, Cove spoke in a whisper.
Wow.
I can't believe it's over. Boy, you're really sounding like a kid again, you joked. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun peeking out between clouds on an overcast day. Wow, we're holding hands? Oh my gosh, are we allowed to hold hands? I know we're engaged and all, but like, I think this is moving a little too fast. Hand holding. Oh my god. Cove reached out and enveloped your hand in his, pressing your palms together tightly. The silence returned, just for a second. I'm glad we came this morning, and that we came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life. Yeah, too intimate. We gotta keep the dialogue box covering our hands. It's too nasty. I'm not ready. I'm most grateful for meeting you too. Cove looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clear, contented brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks. You counted yourself lucky. Even though you were leaving now, this place had gifted you with so much that you'd carry with you wherever life might take you. The memories you'd made, the lessons you'd learned, the people you'd built relationships with. You'd keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bird forever. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night's shadows until the day truly arrived. Your spirits were high as the sun rose ever higher in the sky. The two of you— oh my god, the theme song! The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on sandy feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you'd first encountered Mr. Holden, sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting had turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Cove's voice calling your name that you remembered when you were and realized what you'd done. And what a present it was. A shining sun, clear blue sky, and Cove by your side. All the most natural things in the world. So, what's the next step? You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. You're giving me too much power. Aren't you worried about it going to my head? Cove smirked, shaking his head.
It's okay.
Don't worry about it. I'm listening, so go ahead. His eyes met yours, holding your gaze. I believe in you, Calico. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of those things, since the beginning and for always. Knowing they were there, and you would never truly be alone, made the future look all that much brighter. Whoa, want to find somewhere private to make out? That's too spicy. You want to keep walking to your town, grab something to eat. You see who reach the end of the street fastest. Yeah, let's race. It wouldn't be the first time the two of you had run that race. Hopefully it wouldn't be the last either. Cove nodded, his gaze shifting from you to roam across the little place that you'd both called home. There's a lot that's still out there in the world. A lot of different ways things could go in the future. But for this, I think that'd be the perfect choice. He beamed, his approval of your suggestion lifting your spirits ever higher. Your days growing up in Sunset Bird had been so wonderful. Even the prospect of leaving again made your chest ache, yet you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard, but you knew that it would still be there, waiting, whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who'd been by your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back on these moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up here. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be, but that was what life was, and it was okay. As it was from the beginning, and continuing that way for always, life took another step forward. Wow, thank you for beginning a life here. You can come back again always. Aww. We have a home to come back to. Wow. The end! We did it! Oh my god, we finished our life. Oh my god, we're done. Okay, I don't know why the main menu just like never shows up on OBS. It's just like weirdly it does this weird thing. But we did it. We finally did it. We are free. Oh my god, it's like we missed we can go back to the character creator. Well, there was the Baxter route. And Eric. So there's some DLC. We missed one illustration from step 1. And, you know, not including the DLC. We missed one from step 2. Oh, step 2 and 3. Yeah. Wow, we finished the game! Yeah, we're free! We finished our life! Yay! I can't believe it. Wow. Thank you guys for joining me, and I know this was a little bit of a longer stream today, but I really just wanted to get the game done, like the main route, and maybe at some point we can come back and try to do the side routes, but for now, main route is finally done! We got together with our childhood friend Cove Holden. And what a journey it was. My goodness. You said 5 streams? It's quite a lot. And so, let me just remind you our schedule for the upcoming month. Again, ta-da! Again, put your eyes on this beautiful art by Big Ham, the Big Ham. So we just finished Our Life Beginnings and Always. That's today, Thursday, May 1st. Next week, we're gonna play some more Spiritfarer. We're not anywhere near to finishing Spiritfarer, but I'd like to go back and make some progress on Spiritfarer. So that way we can eventually complete it at some point. But I always enjoy the Spiritfarer streams. I like having people come in and out and like do a little chit-chat or just hang and lurk. It's fun, it's a good time. Then the Thursday following that, we'll finish Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. We're gonna do the final story because we've finished the hero arc and the villain or the dark arc. Maybe we'll check out our chows again. It's been a long time. I don't remember how any of them are doing or what we named them. So we'll take a look at our chows as well. And then following after that, we'll start a new game, Yoshi's Story. Hopefully that's a one and done stream. I've been told that it can be finished in one stream, so fingers crossed for that one. And then the last Thursday of the month, I'll be playing web fishing with the Fish With Me mod. And if you don't know what that is, I guess, let's see. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I retweeted it on Twitter, so you could go check there. Or maybe I can link it because I still have to post the schedule on YouTube, like, you know, the YouTube posts. I was gonna make one just to share the schedule. So yeah, I'll link that for you guys in case you also want to check out the Fish With Me mod. And then if you guys have the mod installed and I get it installed, then we can just have a grand old time with our me's in web fishing, and we'll just all fish and hang out. Or I guess you can call it like a half community day, depending on if you decide to participate or just simply watch me fish as a me, make my me. And that's pretty much all that's planned currently. I don't know if there will be anything else between that, but that is the current schedule for the month. Oh, and also, I was waiting to say this. I can now officially say that I will be attending Off-Kai Expo in San Jose, California this year. Not as a guest, I'm just attending for fun. I'm just going as an attendee. So if any of you are also going, or you are a Oomphy mutual of mine, I would love to meet you there. It'd be great to see everybody. If you're feeling so inclined and you are feeling a little shy, that's okay. Understand. It's all up to you, but I'd be happy to see you guys in person. It's always nice to have little opportunities like that. And that's all the big announcements that I have for now. So until next time, I will see you all for Spiritfarer next week. thank you again for sticking around for the longer stream. I know it's late for some of you, and some of you guys are also just kind of in the middle of your day, so I hope the rest of your day goes well, and whenever you go to bed, hope you have a good night. Oh, see you everybody. Bye bye. Good night. See you later.